Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, honorable guests, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Islamic Business and Finance under the theme, Islamic Finance and the Digital Economy, Navigating the Intersection of Technology, Ethics and Sustainability. I'm Dr. Maryam Abul Fath. Before we start our program, we'd like to bless our ceremony with a recitation of verses from the Holy Quran, recited by Abdullah Janahi, a student in the Islamic Banking Department at the College of Business Administration in the University of Bahrain.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما. إنا عرضنا الأمانة على السماوات والأرض والجبال فأبين أن يحملنها وأشفقن منها وحملها الإنسان إنه كان ظلوما جهولا. ليعذب الله المنافقين والمنافقات والمشركين والمشركات ويتوب الله على المؤمنين والمؤمنات وكان الله غفورا رحيما. صدق الله العظيم.
أحسنت وبارك الله فيك على هذه التلاوة العطرة. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to have you join us today for this major conference, gathering in its 5th edition with such a dynamic group of experts and researchers in the financial industry to discuss the trends, innovations, and strategies shaping the future of the financial sector towards a more sustainable industry for the Islamic business and finance. To shed light on the significance of this conference, I'm honored to invite to the stage Dr. Hissa Jassim Al-Junaid, Vice President for Academic Programs at the University of Bahrain, to deliver her opening remarks on behalf of Dr. Fuad Mohammed Al-Ansari, President of the University of Bahrain.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished speakers, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is my great privilege to welcome you to the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Islamic Business and Finance. This annual event has become a cornerstone to dialogue and collaboration among scholars, practitioners, and industry leaders committed to shaping the future of Islamic finance. We are delighted by the exceptional response to this year's conference, Over 120 research papers from across the globe were submitted. The papers reflecting the growing recognition of Islamic finance as a vital contributor to sustainable development. The theme of this year's conference, which is navigating the intersection of technology, ethics, and sustainability, emphasizes the critical balance between innovation and responsibility. As digital transformation accelerates, Islamic finance offers a unique framework to integrate advanced technologies with an ethical and sustainable principle. This approach ensures progress that is inclusive, transparent, and aligned with the societal well-being. Islamic finance is not merely an alternative to conventional systems. It represents a holistic approach that promotes resource optimization, shared prosperity, and innovation. Over the next 2 days, we will explore critical topics such as maqasid al-sharia and sustainability, Islamic socially responsible investing, and the transformative role of technology in Islamic finance. These discussions will help us chart a course toward a financial ecosystem that is inclusive, ethical, and resilient. I would like also to highlight the importance role of the Deanship of Graduate Studies and Scientific Research at the University of Bahrain in strengthening the scientific research ecosystem at the university through supporting conferences and ensuring rigorous standards in paper submissions, paper review, and speakers selections. Through its commitment to research excellence, it fosters innovation, encourages collaborations, and guarantees that our academic events meet international benchmarks, ultimately advancing the University of Bahrain position as a leading research-driven institution. In addition, the University of Bahrain, through the College of Business Administration, plays a vital role in preparing for this conference and in supporting the Islamic business and finance sector. The college established the Department of Islamic Banking, which offers comprehensive programs at the bachelor, master, and doctoral levels. These programs equip students with the knowledge and skills required in Islamic banking, finance, and economics, enabling graduates to make meaningful contributions to the development of the financial market at the economic sector in the kingdom. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our golden partner, Bahrain Islamic Bank, and to As-Salam Bank, the platinum partner, and Lancaster University, the knowledge partner, for their unwavering support, and to our knowledge partner, AOFI, for their strategic guidance. We also thank our technical sponsor, the IEEE, for enabling the dissemination of research through global platforms. All of you, your collaboration ensures that this conference is not only a forum for ideas, but a catalyst for the innovation and impact. As we embark on these 2 days of enriching dialogue, I encourage you to engage actively, share your insights, and embrace the spirit of collaboration that defines this community. Together, let's transform these discussions into actionable strategies that will propel Islamic business and finance towards a sustainable and prosperous future. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to the fruitful exchanges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hissa Al-Junaid, for your remarks and the warm welcome. And now we are pleased to present a short video about the history of Islamic finance and the role of the University of Bahrain in Islamic finance education.
شكلت التجارة الدولية العصب الرئيسي للاستثمار في المجتمع المكي قبيل الإسلام، حيث ازدهرت القوافل التجارية بين مكة والمراكز الإقليمية الكبرى. ومع مطلع العهد الإسلامي تأسس بيت المال لجمع الزكاة والصدقات، ثم تطور ليصبح جهازاً مؤسسياً يدير مالية الدولة وفق مبادئ الشريعة. لاحقاً ومع توسع البنوك القائمة على الفائدة ازدادت الحاجة إلى إيجاد بدائل مالية تتوافق مع أحكام الشريعة. وفي خمسينيات وستينيات القرن الماضي ناقشت سلسلة من المؤتمرات الاقتصادية هذه القضايا. أما اليوم فقد شهدت الخدمات المصرفية الإسلامية انتشاراً واسعاً على مستوى العالم، ولا سيما بعد تأسيس بنوك إسلامية كبرى ذات قواعد رأسمالية قوية في منطقة الخليج وخارجها، مثل مجموعة البركة والبنك الإسلامي البريطاني وبيت التمويل الكويتي، إضافة إلى إنجازات بنك السلام وبنك البحرين الإسلامي في الابتكار الرقمي. ومع تبوء مملكة البحرين مكانة ريادية في قطاع الصرافة الإسلامية والتأمين التكافلي، واحتضانها مؤسسات دولية مؤثرة مثل هيئة المحاسبة والمراجعة للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية أيوفي، والسوق المالية الإسلامية الدولية IIFM، وبدعم متواصل من مصرف البحرين المركزي. فقد ارتأت جامعة البحرين ممثلة في كلية إدارة الأعمال أن تسهم بدورها في تعزيز هذا القطاع. ومن هذا المنطلق يواصل المؤتمر الدولي للأعمال والتمويل الإسلامي المستدام الذي تنظمه جامعة البحرين منذ انطلاقته عام 2021 أعماله كمنصة رائدة لتعزيز الحوار حول مستقبل التمويل الإسلامي وممارسات الأعمال المسؤولة، كما يوفر فضاء متعدد التخصصات لعرض ومناقشة الابتكارات والقضايا المعاصرة والحلول العملية التي يواجهها القطاع. وفي دورته الخامسة لهذا العام يركز المؤتمر على أحد أبرز محركات التطور في القطاع المالي تحت عنوان التمويل الإسلامي والاقتصاد الرقمي، استكشاف تقاطع التكنولوجيا والأخلاق والاستدامة. ويأتي تنظيم المؤتمر هذا العام بالتعاون مع هيئة المحاسبة والمراجعات للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية أيوفي. تمنياتنا لكم بمناقشات علمية غنية بالمعرفة.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to invite to the stage Sheikh Dr. Nizam Yagoubi, Chairman and member of several international Sharia supervisory boards, to deliver his keynote address. Please join me in welcoming him.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما نافعا. نعوذ بك اللهم من قلب لا يخشع وعلم لا ينفع ونفس لا تشبع ودعاء لا يسمع. نعوذ بك اللهم من هؤلاء الأربع. أيها السادة الكرام، الأساتذة الأفاضل والجمهور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أتقدم بوافر الشكر إلى سعادة رئيس الجامعة والدكتورة نائبة الرئيس وإلى الجامعة وإلى أعضاء هيئة التدريس وجميع المسؤولين عن هذا المؤتمر، حيث أحسنوا بي الظن واختاروني، وأرجو أن أكون عند حسن ظنهم لإلقاء هذه الكلمة المختصرة. واسمحوا لي أن أنتقل إلى اللغة الإنجليزية لأن هذا الذي طلب مني، ولا أكثركم عرب هنا وما ما في داعي، بس هكذا طلب إلي فأتقيد بالبرنامج المطلوب. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am honored to be here in this 5th International Conference on Sustainable Islamic Business and Finance, and with a very interesting and indeed very needed topic about Islamic finance and the digital economy. We are very lucky here in Bahrain, walhamdulillah, due to the vision of our late ruler, Sheikh Isa bin Salman, rahimahullah, that Bahrain became a center of Islamic banking and finance. In the early 70s, when several investors came to Bahrain, and with some Bahraini merchants also, they wanted to start Bahrain Islamic Bank. The regulators at that time, they were very new after the independence, and they said, we don't know what is Islamic Bank, so how can we regulate you? So they refused their license. But usually senior people, they don't take no for an answer, so they went to meet Sheikh Isa rahimahullah, and they said, we want to invest our money in this way. Why they are preventing us? So he asked for the regulators to come, and they said, we don't know how to regulate them. So he said, well, what do you want so that you allow them? He said, you are the ruler. If you make a decree, Amiri decree, we will allow it. So that was how Islamic banking started in Bahrain, by a royal or Amiri decree from Sheikh Isa rahimahullah ta'ala. And from that time, he told them if they succeed, it is their money, it is their business. And if they fail, it is also their business. But if they succeed, it is good for our country. We'll have a source of employment for our citizens, and we will be a good center and hub for banking in the world. And that is what happened, walhamdulillah. Islamic banking and finance, since its inception, it has, alhamdulillah, grown very rapidly everywhere and still growing. And there is still ample space for growth in many continents and many areas like North Africa and South Africa and West Africa, and in some other areas where still it is not licensed properly, like North America, and so on and so forth. So there is still ample space for growth and development, especially after that we have the standard setting bodies like we have here, as you have advertised in the very short and beautiful video about AWOFI and IIFM, and we have also CBAFI, and we have also other institutions, standard setting bodies like IFSB in Malaysia. So all these have done a great and tremendous effort in drawing the standards and the codes of ethics and also the governance issues. All these things have been, alhamdulillah, resolved in a very ample and a very good manner. So any country or any jurisdiction which needs to come to the Islamic finance, it does not need to reinvent the wheel. They have all these efforts, whether they are legal or regulatory, they can benefit from it and ask for it. The topic that you have put as the theme of this conference about the digital economy, it is indeed a very important topic. And we are grateful for the Bahrain University that it has this section to teach our students about Islamic finance within the business school, and the students there, they learn Sharia, accounting, auditing, English, and other required tools to come to the industry. And I am sure that the modern world will force them to study the digital economy also, and this is very important. The education in this matter is very important. When a scholar, for example, a Sharia scholar, wants to give a ruling on something, he must have a good perception of it. And this is why we say in the books of Usul al-Fiqh and the Islamic legal theory, al-hukmu ala shay far'un an tasawwurihi. So when you want to give a ruling on a matter, you have to have good perception of that matter. So, for example, when cryptocurrency started to be traded, which is part of your digital homework here, so much confusion was there in the market. Some people saying it is haram, some people saying it is halal, some people say we don't know, and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, even some very famous and international bodies of Islamic law like Majma' al-Fiqh and these. So when there is something new, always there is confusion. For example, when coffee was introduced in the Muslim world, maybe about maybe 500 years ago, 600 years ago, there was confusion. Some people said coffee is haram, some people said coffee is halal. Because the word qahwa in the classical Arabic language, the word qahwa was used for intoxicating drinks, khamr yani. So there was a confusion because this was called also qahwa. But this is qahwat al-bun. It is not qahwat al-karm or qahwat al-inab. So there was confusion until things settled down and they found out what is qahwa, what is this coffee. Similarly, when tobacco was introduced in the Muslim world, people didn't know what is this. So some people said, well, this is, if it is good, we are benefiting from it. If it is bad, we are burning it. And some people said, this is miswak shaitan. You know, it is the miswak or the toothbrush of the devil, because it has fire in the head of it. So people didn't know, it's something new. So it took maybe 3-4 generations until we find out that it is bad for health. And now, of course, we know that it causes cancer, it causes this, it causes that, and everybody is trying to get rid of it. So at least we can say that it is makruh, karahiyya shadida, if it is not haram, you mean to say at least, yani. So similarly, when this cryptocurrency and digital currencies and these things came, people started to have a panic and confusion. Some people said it might be a source of money laundering. Well, also fiat currency, paper currency can be also used for money laundering. So nobody says that it is haram because of that. Some people said it can be source of speculation. Well, also paper currency can be source of speculation. Gold, silver can be source of speculation. So there is no any integral part in that particular speculation. How do you speculate? There are halal speculations and there is haram speculation. Every business endeavor, as you are students of business college, you know that it has some sort of speculation, some sort of risk. If you open a shop or a coffee shop, or if you open a restaurant, there is a risk, there is speculation. You are expecting that people will visit you in this location. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't happen. That doesn't mean that it is haram because you speculated that that's, what you speculated on, the subject is halal to open a restaurant where you don't serve alcohol or haram things. It is halal. So some people said it is not issued by government. Well, but also the governments are not saying don't use it. So if it's not issued by them, they are not saying also that it is in any jurisdiction that they say don't use it. Khalas, you cannot use it in that jurisdiction, but you can go cross-border by the internet and buy it from anywhere in the world. So all these things, my point is that we need good perception, good understanding. And this is your job. Our brothers and sisters in the universities and colleges, and professors, and teachers, to give good perception of these subjects, good research, good analysis, understanding. And now we find now that everybody is using it, people are trading with it. Yesterday I saw research given to us by some of the banks, international banks here in Bahrain, about what they predict to be the scope of stable coins in the coming 10 or 15 years. You wouldn't believe it if you see it. So I think that the role of our universities and colleges in educating, researching, analyzing, statistics, bringing out to people and to the scholarly community, to the banking community, is very vital and very important. And such gatherings and international conferences is very important in disseminating knowledge and also helping those who are outside your sphere of your colleges, in the industry, in the scholarship, in the fiqh academies and other institutions, to understand the real mechanism, the real technology, the real importance and the power behind such innovations like artificial intelligence and these things. It's very important. We have to teach our children. It is there now. We have to teach them how to benefit from it. To sit pacifically, to be pacified and to say that we don't use it is not going to help. We have to teach our young generation how to utilize these tools. Yes, some people might plagiarize, might use it badly, but it is the role of educators, higher educator institutions like yours, to develop tools to prevent that. We can have also oral examinations, we can have interviews, we can have different types of ways to justify, to evaluate whether these students have understood the subject very well or it is only plagiarizing through AI or so on and so forth. So I thank you very much, and I don't want to take a lot of your time. And alhamdulillah, Islamic banks, in my view, they have been very innovative in using the technology and the digital economy. And actually, some Islamic banks are more advanced than conventional banks in using the technology. And it is an opportunity, not opportunity only for us here, but through the digitalization and through the internet, we can open up to people who do not have such tools, who do not have banking and Islamic banking through cross-border, provided that, the regulators give you such scope and there are checks and balances, and it is happening already now. This is happening. And also in many countries in the West, in UK, in Europe, in USA, where the physical banks were very difficult to get license, it is becoming more open now to open digital banks, to open electronic means for banking, and this is helping Muslims very well to also comply with their Sharia and at the same time to have the financial tools that they want. They need mortgages, they need finance for their cars, they need finance for their education, they need finance for their businesses, and alhamdulillah, all this is happening as we are talking here, and I am very optimistic that the digital world will be, inshallah, very strong and very good, but I hope that also we be very clever and very careful, and our regulatory institutions and governments also to be very clever and very careful and not be deceived by some trends. For example, a few weeks ago, I read that the European Union have taken a decision that by 2027, nobody is allowed to keep cash except 10,000 euros. If you have cash anywhere, in your house, in your office, in your vault, wherever, more than 10,000, you will be subject to fines and maybe jail. And they want everything to be electronic so that at any time they can close the key on you. So you will be hungry. You cannot eat, you cannot drink, you cannot go out, you cannot travel, you cannot do anything. So we have to be very careful on such also so-called developments. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Sheikh Dr. Nizam Ya'qubi, for your valuable speech, which will surely motivate everyone to fully benefit out of this conference. Next is a keynote speech given by As-Salam Bank, the conference platinum partner. I would like to invite Mr. Mohammed Bouhidji, Chief Retail Banking Officer at As-Salam Bank. Please join me in welcoming him.
Assalamu alaikum. In fact, it's my bad luck to start after Sheikh Nizam insightful speech. I will come with the standard speech which was pre-written for me, so I'll try to make it short, but hopefully that it can be motivated and insightful as his speech. Yani. MashaAllah, Doctor, thank you so much for your insightful and impactful speech as well. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It is an honor to extend my sincere appreciation to University of Bahrain and to all the organizers of this important conference. Such conference play a vital role in advancing the Islamic banking industry and strengthening its presence within the global financial landscape, especially with the rapid digital transformation we are witnessing today. And as Sheikh Nizam said earlier, during the early days, maybe 10 years back, if you talk about digital onboarding, maybe it's for us, it's something which is, we never thought about it in the banking industry. But today, the digital onboarding is part and parcel of the standard banking operations. And it is also, we see banks in a box or a banks in an app. So as part of the, for us as the largest Islamic bank in the Kingdom of Bahrain, supporting initiatives in this nature is an integral part of our responsibility to the sector to help drive innovation forward and reinforce the Kingdom position as a leading hub for Islamic finance. Over the past years, in particular the past 5 years, Al-Salam Bank have improved the service accessibility, earning several regional and local awards that reinforces our leadership in the sector, highlighting our role in developing a Sharia-compliant financial solutions aligned with evolving market needs. The bank, as a Salam Bank, has focused on providing an innovative and advanced financial solutions for both institutional and individual clients. To name a few, a full spectrum of the retail banking services and products to include financing, investment, savings, and cards. Open banking services available through one app, which my colleague Haytham Al-Haddad is presenting his case at 1 p.m. today, which he will share his exciting journey and taking this small incubator into life, which has been recognized internationally through the roadshows that we have done in the international exhibitions. Innovative investment and asset management solutions through our ASB Capital, our investment arm based in Dubai. In closing, we at Salam Bank are pleased to continue our partnership with academic research institutions and to support the growth and knowledge in the field of Islamic banking and finance. I wish you all a meaningful conference filled with insightful discussions and impactful outcomes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Bouhidji, for your insightful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to honor our sponsors and guests of honor of the conference. I kindly invite to the stage Dr. Hissa Al-Junaid, Vice President for Academic Programs, Dr. Adra Al-Musawi, Dean of Graduate Studies and Scientific Research, and Dr. Abdullah Al-Jalahma, Dean of the College of Business Administration, to present the tokens of appreciation. We start by honoring our sponsors. Our platinum partner, Salam Bank. Our gold partner, Bahrain Islamic Bank. Our knowledge partner, AOFI. And our knowledge partner, Lancaster University. Now with honoring our guests of honor. Sheikh Dr. Nizam Ya'goubi. Professor Mohammed Kabir Hassan, Professor of Finance from the University of New Orleans in the USA. Dr. Salah Al-Hammadi, Rector of Arab Open University in Kuwait. Professor Khalid Husseini, Professor of Accounting from Bangor University in the UK. Professor Ali Abdikich, Professor of Political Economy and Islamic Finance from the University of Dundee in the UK. Honoring our sponsors, our knowledge partner, Lancaster University. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence our first panel discussion titled Advancing Research in Islamic Finance in the Digital Age. I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Sara Al-Fihani, Head of the Islamic Banking Department at the College of Business Administration, the University of Bahrain, along with our panelists, Professor Mohammed Kabir Hassan, Professor of Finance, University of New Orleans in the USA, Dr. Salah Al-Hammadi, President of the Arab Open University, Kuwait branch, Professor Ali Abdikich, Professor of Political Economy and Islamic Finance, University of Dundee in the UK, and Mr. Farhan Noor, Executive Director of Strategic Development at IOFI. Please join me in welcoming them.
Good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this panel on Advancing Research in Islamic Finance in the Digital Era. Today we explore a crucial question. مثل ما تفضل سعادة الشيخ نظام يعقوبي, as technology continues to reshape global finance, is Islamic finance ready to lead in innovation while remaining firmly grounded in the principles of ethics, sustainability, and Sharia compliance? The intersection of innovation and values is where the future of our industry will be defined. We are honored to have with us here today an exceptional panel of experts whose contributions have shaped the field of Islamic economics and finance around the world. Let me begin by welcoming Professor Kabir Hassan from the University of New Orleans in the USA, Dr. Salah Al-Hammadi, the President of Arab Open University in Kuwait, Professor Ali Abdikich from the University of Dundee in the UK, and Mr. Farhan Noor, an Executive Director of Strategic Development at the IOFI. Our panel brings together leading scholars and industry experts who will help us rethink how research can influence the digital evolution of Islamic finance. I invite each panelist to reflect on how our institutions, which are academia, regulators, and practitioners, can collaborate to shape this transformation. To begin our discussion, we have curated a set of thought-provoking questions that explores the dimensions of research, innovation, and digital transformation in Islamic finance. Before we start, each panelist will have 5 minutes to respond to each question, allowing us to hear diverse perspectives from academia and from industry. So let us begin with our first question, and this question is for all panelists. First of all, how mature is the current research in Islamic finance versus the industry need? Mr. Farhan, since you are sitting next to me, I'd like to begin, please.
Hello. How mature the research is
In Islamic finance versus the industry needs.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you for this question. Your question actually reminds me of a motto in the tech world. So in Silicon Valley, there is a motto which they abide by, which is that you have to move fast and break things. You have to move fast and break things. And the idea is basically to get the first mover advantage. They want to introduce the product in the market as fast as possible because they believe in speed over everything else. Whereas in Islamic finance, this motto cannot be subscribed to. Yes, moving fast is important, but at the same time, we cannot break Sharia principles, rules, and values. So from the get-go, we need to make sure that everything that we do within the digital sphere has to be 100% compliant with Sharia principles and rules. And not just that, we have to make sure that on ongoing, continuing basis, throughout the product life cycle, the product remains Sharia compliant, which means that research is very much important in Islamic finance. I mean, this is something that you cannot get away with. And as his Honorable Dr. Sheikh Nizam Yaqubi actually said this in his speech himself, that research is imperative, it's important in Islamic finance. Now, how mature it is in Islamic finance? It's at very early stages. It's very early stages. We have not moved the needle as such, and this is understandable so because if you look at conventional finance, there's a lot of research going on, and the research is continuously evolving and improving over a period of time. So there is, I would say that there is a lot that needs to be done, and one of the areas that I want to specifically highlight, when we talk about artificial intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence in Islamic finance, before we talk about the solutions, we have to talk about the data that is being used for artificial intelligence. This is very important because the data that is being used right now, it's Western, it's English language based. So the whole paradigm is completely coming from a system which is non-compliant with Islamic finance, and you cannot use that data to develop Sharia compliant, Maqasid driven solutions.
Thank you. This is the industry perspective. Now we will see what academics will say about it. So Professor Kabir, what do you think?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a very pertinent question, and that aligns with the theme of this conference. So I just want to focus on 4 points. Number 1, academic maturity has improved but remains uneven in the Islamic finance area. We have now 40+ years of scholarship, hundreds of journals and books, and a strong research base in Sharia governance, AOFI, Islamic banking performance, sukuk, risk management, and social finance, such as Waqf, Zakat, microfinance, Qardul Hassan. However, knowledge production is skewed toward traditional banking models only, mainly because of data that exist, not toward fintech, digitalization, AI, and sustainability. As Sheikh Nizam and also Farhan mentioned, it's a new thing, so it has come as a new innovation, disruptor, and we have to move it in the right direction. Theoretical development lags behind empirical growth. Very interesting, every field that I know, you come up with a theory, idea first, then you do it practice. But we have started with the practice first, then we are trying to theorizing. So much of the literature is descriptive, not explanatory or perspective. Lack of data prevents us from doing high level of intellectual empirical inquiry into this field. Number 2, industry needs are evolving faster than research output. Fintech firms, Islamic neobanks, digital takaful operators, blockchain, sukuk platforms, and even AI-driven Sharia auditing tools are emerging at a pace research cannot keep up with. They are moving faster than us. So industry is seeking real-time guidance on digital risk, cyber security, consumer protection, and regulatory sandbox. But our curriculum, the university that we teach, or research scholars we produce, are not really going as fast as the industry need. So we are behind it. Somewhere we need to find an optimal balance of research and output from the academic area. Number 3, a gap exists between regulator expectations and academic research. Central banks, Sharia authorities require evidence-based framework, but academia often produces conceptual papers without operational guidance. We like to think in the high world, the abstract world, but the industry needs solution, and that is lagging behind. Just to give you an example, about 3 years ago, we started with a guidance unit at AUFI. I belong to the AUFI Ethics and Governance Board, and I'm chairing a session trying to find an Islamic alternative benchmark, and we have been doing this for the last 3.5 years. Still, we are moving. So it takes time to come up with an operational solution to any existing ideas or anything that industry needs. Regulation for digital finance is developing without sufficient academic input. So some way there is a gap between the academia and the industry, and we really need to work with each other to make it more meaningful and helpful to the society. And number 4, research in ethical and sustainability dimensions is underdeveloped. Islamic finance claims Sharia-driven social impact, but research on ESG integration, SDG alignment, climate finance, Islamic social finance technology remains embryonic. If you look at all this SDG, this buzzword is already in Islam. Some way the Western world came up with the SDG framework, and we are trying to integrate, but it should be the other way around. But because we do not have a sufficient scholarship, so we try to fit into their model. But there has to be more dialogue between these two groups of people, East and West. I know my brother Ali sitting in West, and Mehmet is not here, and also Khaled Hosseini, and they're sitting there, and they're coming up with this different solution that helps the bridge between Islamic finance and ESG. So in conclusion, I want to say our Islamic finance in the research is academically rich, but misaligned with the industry's digital and sustainability needs. The next decade, starting from now, must shift toward interdisciplinary, technology-driven, and impact-oriented research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kabir. This is so insightful. Now, Dr. Salah, we'd like to hear your insight, please.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for this. MashaAllah, Dr. Hassan says everything could be said about the impact or how research in Islamic finance is doing whatever the industrials need. However, I think the Islamic finance is done a lot in the research, yes, but in the theoretical part of it. We've seen, in the last decade how Islamic finance has been moved fast. However, fast not enough with the new technology. The AI technology, the blockchain, all these are moving much faster than any other technology that we could experience in our recent decades. The research a lot in the mentioned theoretical parts. Islamic finance has been done great things in fintech. We've seen a lot, like for example, I don't remember when is the last time I've been into a bank, physical bank, because of the technology, because of fintech. Everything is done in the mobile sector. Everything I do, transfer money, I receive my salary, I go shop, I do whatever I want, transfer to my kids, of course, all the time, dad, whatever, through AI, through the mobile, apps, and I don't even, shorter the trips going to a bank. However, still there's a huge gap between the theoretical parts and the actual practitioners. Islamic finance still needs to redefine, not just copying, redefine the fintech, redefine the technology itself to suit, because not just making it available, but it's also, we're still guided by the Sharia compliant. is it Sharia compliant? Dr. Sheikhna Nizam just mentioned that whenever the Bitcoins came up, everybody's saying halal, haram, and we have a big debate about making it legal. Same thing with, as he mentioned, I enjoyed the story about the qahwa and the cigarette. I don't smoke, but it's still there. So the same thing. Here we always have the debate if it's halal and haram. I think we still have to focus on the Sharia compliance, not to disregard that, but we need to move a lot faster to co-op with the need of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salah. Finally, Dr. Ali, please, what is your perspective of the current Islamic research versus the industry needs?
Good morning, everyone. In regard to research on Islamic finance, or I want to say Islamic finance, was referred as economics because I'm in the economics department. So we assume that finance is under that umbrella, and usually we presume that economics is a philosophy, what we are aiming to do. So initially, when we have Islamic economics, it was, I will call it normative critique that was dominant, what defined the research initially. But then as we start to moving towards the industry, then we start the separation to recognize between the Sharia side and economics as the two separate worlds are existing. And I think that's one of the issues why we are not meeting the need and requirements of industry, because I presume that economics should serve the Sharia in terms of giving the insight what's happening. And Sheikh Nizam mentioned if we want to pass a judgment, we need to have a hukm on tasawwur, what it is actually. And I think as a trained Sharia scholars who is very much trained in the textual analysis understanding, it's very possible to understand the real what's happening in economic field, particularly now when we are talking about digitalization. Then an implication of digitalization that brings, I assume that economics should be the tool that serves the Sharia so that they can find the proper judgment. Now that is one side. The other side is also how we can bring the two division of economics and fiqh together to provide that. Another issue that comes with research, usually we find the institutions, banks, governments, who are expecting certain research to be conducted. And I have quite a number of PhD students from Indonesia who comes with ready topics. And they actually, we are going ahead what actually industry can observe. But the issue is, as I said, that's normative critique. The part that Kabir was mentioning, Islamic values that have been pushed aside for, I will say, muamalat checking, whether we check the boxes of the Sharia in the real side, is actually what created the further division. So we might produce something relevant for the industry within the research. We have recently conducted a huge research how we can integrate zakat as a part of the tax system, which is ahead of the game in Indonesia, and what are the obstacles, because the tax is measured on the monthly basis, whereas zakat is annually, and how they integrate. We did extremely advanced mathematical modeling for that, but is that what industry will accept? So this is the division. Yes, there are research conducted which serves the need of the future industry, but at the same time, there is a division what we are trying or what we are expected from the Islamic research, that we usually trying to solution to existing neoclassical models and the structures, how we can make the checkbox of halalization, and hence that's where we are losing our grasps of legitimacy and authenticity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. So now that we have established that, yes, the research in Islamic finance is quite immature and there are still research gaps. So this question is for you, Professor Kabir. What critical research gaps now exist under the context of digital transformation in Islamic finance?
So this digital transformation in Islamic finance so digital transformation in Islamic finance is an unexplored territory. It's a new field. So there are 7 areas I think the research should be done. By the way, a person sitting right to me, Farhan, has a background in computer science, I came to know, and he's doing Islamic finance, so probably he will share some of his own ideas. The number one, the 7 areas, I think, digital Sharia governance. How do AI-enabled decision system interpret Sharia rules? Sheikh, it's not going to replace you. You will still remain the benchmark, but AI-based technology will probably come in some way, and there are different, you know what happens if I want to go a bank and I want to know really certain product, there has to be a way of knowing that that product is compliant with Sharia. What frameworks ensure transparency, algorithm accountability, and fatwa validation? Second area of research, smart contract and fiqh muamalat, need for models that embed contractual conditions, gharar control, and ownership transfer inside smart contracts. So, Hessa, Professor, we need computer scientists to go deep into the fiqh compliant coding standard, even at the base level. So, the Sharia scholars and product developer really had to engage each other at the inception of a product development all the way to the end. So, when it comes to the end and comes to the Sharia scholar, it's too late. If there is a mistake, that can be corrected. Number 3, digital risk and cyber security in Islamic finance. I know it's a big issue. It's billions of dollars are being wasted and stolen. Digital Islamic banks face unique risk. Digital Sharia non-compliance risk. A product can be Sharia compliant in the due process, in the course of the product development, or in the progress, it may become non-Sharia compliant. How do we know this in real-time basis? Data tampering affecting contract legitimacy, but blockchain technology say that you can use it in order to protect it, but research needs to be done, very thorough, point-wise research. AI-driven fraud in zakat and waqf distribution. Indonesia, Malaysia has bringing up model how you can use technology in the Islamic social finance. Number 4, Islamic digital identity and know your customer. Research needed on ethically responsible AI, artificial intelligence based identity verification compatible with maqasid like privacy, dignity, justice. Number 5 area, tokenized assets like stable coins and sukuk tokenization. Lack of empirical research on Sharia rulings related to fractional ownership, secondary trading, and liquidity. Number 6, digital Islamic social finance like digital zakat, digital waqf, operational model for transparency, impact measurement and governance. And I have developed a cash waqf model in the context of the United States where I live and do teach. And there are a lot of innovation that can be done in this area. And finally, you have to look at the ethics. It has become a very important artificial intelligence ethics from an Islamic perspective. AI decision making must be aligned with the maqasid of Sharia, which is fairness, harm reduction, and justice. So these are some of the areas. There are other areas as well. But what is missing really, we have to take each issue, go to the very singular, granular level, like not just do a sort of, hypothesizing or abstract level thinking. We need practical, that could be a industry and academia alliance. The industry can really support this type of research for a PhD or for masters, and the industry can benefit from it directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Professor Kabir. I do agree. So we have established some interesting research gaps which needs attentions from scholars. Now we go back to the industry expert, Mr. Farhan. Since Professor Kabir established the research gaps, so how can research support Sharia compliant innovation and digital finance and emerging technologies like AI, like blockchain? Floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, I believe that it's very important to filter what's compliant with from what's non-compliant, because when we talk about preparing a dish, we first need to identify the ingredients which are available to you. Only then you can prepare a halal dish. So similarly, when we are talking about innovation, digital innovation in the field of Islamic finance, you need to know what tools, techniques, processes are available with you which you can use to prepare or develop a digital solution. So I think research is imperative in this area to establish what exactly is Sharia compliant or not, so that you can use it to develop a product. But then, like I mentioned, it's not that you develop a Sharia compliant product or you identify a given tool that this is compliant with Sharia principles and rules, and then you forget about it and let the industry do whatever they want to do with that product. Because you can have a permissible halal product like a knife, but you can use the knife to cut a fruit, or you can use it to stab a person to death. So you can use this and integrate this in the system itself, the digital system itself, such that the system cannot work any other way. So if there is outside intrusion in the system trying to change some of the variables, some of the patterns, some of the structures, the algorithms, the system should refuse automatically. So this will ensure the Sharia compliance throughout the life cycle. And I think what's also most important is that we need to use research to ensure that whatever we are using, the tools that we are using, it is ethically aligned to achieve the maqasid. This is also very important, because when we talk about artificial intelligence and it's super fast, it can give you prompt approval on financing applications within seconds. And this is very impressive. But if you dig deep, you realize that artificial intelligence is trained on data, and that data is biased. And because of that, it exhibits certain discriminatory behaviors. It excludes certain members of the society from financing, which perpetuates financial exclusion. So this is an unethical outcome of the use of artificial intelligence. Now, research needs to come into place and then figure out a way to ensure that this bias, this discriminatory behavior is excluded from artificial intelligence. So all in all, I think it's pretty obvious, it's common sense that you cannot innovate until unless you invest your time, effort, money, all the resources in high quality research. I think this is a given statement for all the obvious reasons in the world.
Thank you. I do agree. Financial
Can I just add something?
Yes, sure.
So what Farhan is saying, actually we need to really engage the Sharia scholar, engineers to embed Sharia requirement in the product development process. Very often it happens, we bring the product to the Sharia scholar at the end. So we really need to paradigm shift here, move from the fatwa after the fact toward fatwa embedded in design. And with this fintech and digital technology and what is saying financial inclusion, all of these things will come on board if we engage the real expert from the field with the Sharia decision making process, product development, and this is ultimately what we want to take to the consumer, right? And in the halal product, and that is good for the consumer as well as that fulfills the maqasid of Sharia, that brings joy, happiness, economic growth to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kabir. I do agree financial inclusion remains one of the main challenges we face nowadays. In the same vein, Mr. Farhan, what are the key challenges in standardizing digital Islamic finance globally, on the global level?
Okay, so when we talk about standardizing Islamic finance digital solutions, I think there is a misconception. People believe that this is a Sharia issue. This is a Sharia issue. The reason why we are not able to standardize digital Islamic finance is because of Sharia issue. And some people very wrongly believe that Sharia nauzubillah is outdated. It's not, able to meet the modern needs and requirements of the financial system. So that is why there is a gap. But this is far from truth. Some people also believe that this is a Sharia problem because of Sharia scholars, and they point their fingers at Sharia scholars and they say, they are the ones who are issuing conflicting fatwas on it. So they are not aligned, and there is no consensus on what is right and what is wrong in the digital Islamic finance sphere. But again, this is a wrong perception. This is not a Sharia issue. This is a tech issue, technology issue. And I believe there are a couple of very important points that I need to highlight here. Number one, the digital ecosystem or environment is constantly changing. it's going through an evolutionary phase. When you talk about standardization of any subject matter, there need to be two requirements in place. It has to be stable, it has to be mature. If the subject matter is not stable and mature, you cannot issue a standard on it because it's so fluid. The moment you issue a standard or guidance on it, it becomes outdated because the industry has gone far beyond what you are discussing in the standard. So this is one major issue why there is a gap in terms of standardizing. Another important point is, and if we go into the specifics and talk about digital assets, Bitcoin specifically, you know, if you think about Bitcoin from the perspective of a securities regulator, they think that this is a security and they treat it as such and you are able to trade. Whereas if you see it from the commodities regulator, they think this is something which is mined, just as, you know, diamonds are mined, Bitcoin is also mined and you can trade it, so they treat it as a commodity. If you look at it from central bank perspective, they say that this cannot be money. You cannot treat this as currency because we did not issue it, we did not print it, so you cannot treat it as currency. So there is so variety of opinions about a digital asset. On the contrary, if you think about gold, gold is gold and you can easily classify it as a mineral. So there is no identity crisis, there is no category classification crisis. With Bitcoin and with digital assets, we still have this identity crisis, and that's why it's very difficult to pin down and to standardize what really this is. Another very, very important point, I think this is perhaps one of the most important points, is the reason why standardization is lagging behind digital finance is that, you know, digital finance, specifically artificial intelligence, because this is the talk of the town right now, you know, it's based on data and algorithms. And this is proprietary information. You don't have access to it. When we talk about standardization, we really truly need to understand how things work. And we need to independently investigate for your own self and make sure that this is how it works. But in digital finance, specifically AI, you have this vendor telling us that this is how it works. So these are basically marketing claims. So how can you build a standard on marketing claims? So there is a big black box here as well. So I think these are few of the reasons why standardization is very difficult in digital finance. And this reminds me very quickly, I think 5-6 years back when Bitcoin was the talk of the town, and Sheikh Nizam Yaqubi would know about this, a lot of people were asking the Sharia board to issue a standard on Bitcoin cryptocurrency. And the response was exactly this, that, you know, this market, this topic is not yet stable, it's not mature, nobody has been able to achieve a consensus on what this really is, so how can we issue a standard on this? And this is exactly what IASB, International Accounting Standards Board, said when they were they issue accounting IFRS standards. And they said the same thing when their stakeholders reach out to them to issue a standard on cryptocurrency, they said the same thing. So I think all in all, I think I should hope this answers the question.
Thank you so much, Farhan, for such valuable insights. Now, Professor Kabir, given your wide expertise in Islamic finance, do you think that the current academia and industry collaboration is sufficient?
So I did partly answer your question, but let me repeat. First of all, collaboration is happening, but far from sufficient. I think there is a gap exists, and maybe the industry thinks that they have the answer. They don't need the academics, and the academics are shy. They do not reach out to the industry. So we really need to reach out. I'm sure every university has industry, academia collaboration unit. They really need to find out and bring these two parties together. Because Islamic finance is something for to use. It's not like theoretical physics that you do and 50 years later you'll find an application. We are doing as we go, right? We need a problem like unemployment in Bahrain or many other Muslim countries, college educated, they cannot, entrepreneurship. How do you find a solution? This is where we need to bring these two parties together. So industry needs to consult scholars. Usually they come after the products are built. But as I said, you really need to engage the scholar even before the products are produced or imagined or introduced. Academics produce theory that firms rarely use due to lack of practitioner relevance. I hear this a lot. You know, when you write an academic paper, 80%, then you have to give a policy perspective based on the result that I get. In many cases, these results, the industry think that we already know this. So this is a big gap between these two. So what is missing? So joint research labs, but I know even though I speak, many universities are doing this. Islamic fintech labs jointly run by universities, regulators and banks. And I know they have this example in Saudi Arabia. They have fintech labs and propagated by the Saudi government. Prototype testing, sandbox and data sharing agreements within the even Bahrain, or you have GCC countries, you could have a hub to benefit from each other. B, real-time data access. Researcher face barriers accessing bank level data, transaction level Sharia audit records, and fintech operational data. Believe me, Islamic finance is such a non-transparent industry. If you want to do a research and if you want to get the data from a bank, forget it. I have tried one time a very important influential central bank because I want to study the relationship between rate of return on Mudaraba deposit and time deposit. Believe me, after 2 years I gave up. But in the West, something we should learn, if you want to do something, they provide you the data. They ask you to do it because that will benefit us. Some way, maybe it's a cultural issue, we really need to break this. Number 3, incentive alignment. Academics are rewarded for publication, and I'm sure each university has a publication thing. Industry values rapid solution. So we need to bring this incentive mechanism aligned together. You have your publication, but you give me a prototype model that I can use. So if we align those incentives together, that will generate more impactful research that can be used. Need hybrid incentive structure in industry funded PhD postdocs. I do not know whether that exists, but in many countries the industry promote to get the research or get the research done in probably in a fraction of a cost by sponsoring PhD students. Finally, and most important, I think curriculum modernization. We really need to develop and realign the curriculum with the changing circumstances. As curriculum, when I say in the context of standardization, you cannot standard until it is, but in curriculum, if you look at any curriculum, Islamic finance curriculum, it has been stale for many years. We have probably have not looked at it, so it's not here. Everywhere I go, the industry is moving, but we are really staying stagnant. So most programs still teach Islamic finance as a 1990s banking model, need modules on blockchain, AI, cryptocurrency, digital ethics, and Islamic digital identity. Having said this, he was mentioning that give us a standard on cryptocurrency, but fortunately after many years, we do have a working group at the AUFI who are working on smart contracts. When I say smart contracts, all types of digital contracts that is being in Islamic finance. I stop here.
Thank you, Professor Kabir. Indeed, industry and academia collaboration does exist, although at early stages. And just to add in, Professor Kabir, one of the examples we have here in the University of Bahrain is organizing this conference with collaboration with banks and organizations from the industry. So the sessions you will see today and tomorrow, not merely academic research, but also include workshops from the industry. So we try at least to bridge the gap between academia and industry. Now, Dr. Salah, as being president of a university and an expert in Islamic finance, how can universities develop researchers for digital Islamic finance?
Well, this is an interesting question because we have been thinking of how to actually motivate a researcher into making models, not just a research, because we have to link the researcher with the practitioner, with the outside of the area of research. So the university, it's a great place to start putting the environment, putting all the, the infrastructure of making things happen. Research is great things. As Professor Kabir was saying, the only issue, or the big issue I should say, is collecting the data. So therefore, if you put no matter what innovation lab, you put any great amount of even money, tools, whatever, into the, as a university, without the data would be worthless. So therefore, I think linking the industry with the, the university itself to provide the data is a huge step forward into research. Another thing is, building, even though building the great things of whatever we call the innovation hub, research hub, anything that, without implementing the research into reality will be a challenge. So the collaboration, as you mentioned, is a great startup to collaborate with different entities, banks, all the organizations around the world to facilitate, the collaboration in research, providing scholarships, of course, providing fund for research to be able to co-op with the new technology and all the tools of the AI. I think the university can do a lot in terms of research, but the big challenges for them is to real collaboration between bringing the data to be able to, it's like, well, you could be, cooking without ingredients. So the ingredients here is the data for a researcher. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salah. Indeed, data availability is a major issue toward advancing research, not only in Islamic finance, in all areas. Now, Professor Ali, it's time to go into your specialty, the Islamic moral economy. The question for you is, does digitalization accelerate a drift in Islamic finance from the Islamic moral economy's axioms towards a financialized synthetic model that prioritizes legal form over ethical substance?
When we are talking about Islamic moral economy, or it's just new term, guys. So it's originally it was Islamic economics, but economics is a value-free science. So how I can have something Islamic, but is at the same time value-free. So the movement was actually to call it Islamic political economy, which means the frame. What are the elements that you want to take into analysis? And that's where you will bring the Sharia, ethics, culture, values, and other factors. That's why it's called Islamic political economy. But then, furthermore, what is inside that frame, it is called Islamic moral economy. And unfortunately, we did not invent Islamic moral economy. It was invented by somebody called Karl Polanyi when he wrote about transformation of British society from the pre-modern and modern. What are the implications and consequences? And one of the main things that he knows is this embeddedness of economy, which means you have financial transactions somewhere, and then you have a real economy, trade, construction, manufacturing, agriculture is happening somewhere else. So that is a transformation. The whole purpose of Islamic economics, so if I would say Islamic finance, is bringing the finance into real economy. So it has to be underlying the assets. We know that when you go to Islamic banks, you buy the car or house, so it is attached to something tangible that you can conduct the trade. But then we moved from that, we invented our great tawarruk and other models, so we again disembedded finance from the real economy again within the Islamic financial system. Now the question is then whether by digitalization this embeddedness will go even further. That's the question. Yes and no. Yes, in a way, if we are saying that yes, by synthetic economies we'll not have even any more money. Sheikh Yaqub mentioned it that in the Europe, and that's true, the law says you can only have 10,000 euros with you in the cash, and anything above will be, you are subject to prosecution. So that's coming in the next few years, but the issue is now with digitalization, you can easily increase the volume and the quantity of money, and you can also control it at the same time. Just imagine that internet doesn't work, you suddenly can't buy it and use it at the same time. So the question will be whether we can see that digitalization will actually cause further synthetic economy, or we can still use the digitalization as a tool so that we can probably measure some of these ideals of ihsan, rububiyyah, which are the axioms of Islam. Now, we are all somehow amazed when somebody says sustainable development. What is sustainable? It means everything and nothing that we already have in Islam. The concept of mizan explained that 1,400 years ago. So how to keep the balance between the two sides. But somehow we prefer to use the Western Eurocentric perspective over our Islamic. And I have to say, I was working on the project with the government. I won't mention the country. And the issue was a waqf, basically, how we can make the mu'ashir, miyar, index, so that we can measure performance of the waqfs on the greater scale. And the whole idea is when we produce the mu'ashir, which is based on purely maqasid, you are capturing those deep meanings, but now you can use the digitalization actually to show it, how you are doing in relation to the credit. They said no. They want Eurocentric, natural free language, which actually says nothing. Yes, we are just repackaging that. It is the same thing, but my grand objective or the utopia where I want to go, I don't want that. I want a Eurocentric efficiency and profitability and sustainability, which was, yes, it gives the perspective, but it lost its meaning and the value. So in the question to you, whether digitalization, yes, it is the both answer, yes and no, depend how we will utilize it.
Thank you, Professor. Another question for you. How do we embed ethics and sustainability into research-driven innovation?
In the UK, we conducted recently research on invisible ceiling for the Scottish government, how the Muslim refugees, business people, how do they survive within the environment, which is not really Islamic finance friendly. And then we realized when we conducted that research, we met 500 refugees who are the business people, came from different parts of the world, Syrians, Afghanis, whatever. And you realize that actually Islamic values, ethics are the driver of innovation. 50 years ago, if you come to UK and there's next to you the butcher and you just open next to it halal butcher, it is innovation because you provide something new for them. Now that doesn't anymore help. You need to come more constructive way. So they are expecting a little bit more. And that's where the ethics and values and probably moralities of Islam are driving force innovation within the Muslim community. So we shouldn't give it up on that, because once you look in the shops which provides, let's say, organic material, the whole processes from the beginning to the end, it's organic, it's friendly, you are paying your laborer in a right way. So you are providing the holistic approach of Islam. That's what they like to see as innovation within the industry, instead of just grabbing on the existing conventional structure and we are trying to check the boxes and halalize it. And hence, that locks the meaning. I remember there was a professor in 2010, came from Harvard, and there was somebody from, you probably all know him, he was selling the swaps and derivatives, how we can make them Islamic, using the concept of wad and call on the wad. And then the professor from Harvard, I was amazed, he said, look, we know that better than you guys. We are the one who invented, but can you tell me something from your prophet, how he did it? Even if it's very primitive, we can actually find a way to use it in a modern time. That will create the originality. And hence, yes, Islamic ethics are the driver of innovation if they are correctly used instead of just mimicked and used in a hybrid way. Thank you.
That's indeed. Thank you, Professor Ali. Now, Dr. Salah again. Do you think that research should shift toward impact-driven outcomes like sustainability and inclusion?
Oh, definitely. I mean, let's look how Islamic finance was founded. It's found on impact. So talking about social justice, ethics, risk sharing. So therefore, all this leads to the sustainability, because you know, the foundation of Sharia is to have quality between members. So therefore, the research, of course, it has done a lot, I should say. It has done a lot into sustainability, but I think it's the time to move to see the impact of, for example, how sukuk affected the social justice, how takaful affected inequality. To be honest, I tried one time to do something about inequality based of work ethics, but there's no way you can find data on that. So therefore, we need to move from just looking at the theoretical part to the impact. Of course, a lot of, Sheikh Nizam just mentioned in West Africa, North Africa, and even South Africa, there was a lot of used for this kind of tools. Dealing with the sustainability, dealing with the inclusion. A lot of people, they don't even reach or even have bank account in some areas in the world, still until today. And this could be utilized with the new technology. This could be utilized with the fintech, and it could be a lot. I mean, of course, if you think of it, why would I, if I am a bank, I would open a branch in a rural area that it's not visible for me and it's not profitable. Again, the bank itself is not yes, at the end it's a company. Yes, it's social justice, but at the end we need to make life continuation. So it has to make a profit to be able to be sustainable. Therefore, with the new technology, I think the impact will be grateful. It will reach the inclusion to further what we expect.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salah. Now, the last question to conclude, I would like at this stage to focus on the current region, the GCC countries. So for the GCC context, and this question is for all panelists, what are the emerging research areas in Islamic fintech that we should focus on in the GCC? Mr. Farhan, you can start.
Okay. I'm not a researcher myself, so I'm not in the field of research. I would rather prefer that my fellow panelists.
But you are in the industry and you know what's missing.
Yes,
in the
so
GCC.
I'll just make a point. Rather, I'll re-emphasize a point that has already been discussed. No matter what project you're going to talk about, at the back end, you have to have a knowledge base and data. Without that, you cannot empirically verified high quality knowledge base and data. Without that, you cannot, build profitable, scalable, efficient solutions. So whatever solutions, or whatever digital products and solutions that we are going to talk about at the end of the day, we need to first talk about the data. And it is my humble recommendation to the governments of GCC countries that they really need to invest in building their own knowledge base, okay? And this knowledge base should be fed with our own books on fiqh, on Sharia, on Maqasid Sharia, in our own language, so that the artificial intelligence that we develop from ground up is able to think from our worldview, from our paradigm, from our ideology and theories, so that we can build institutions which are very closely aligned to our own values. I think this is very important, irrespective of what project are you going to initiate.
Thank you, Mr. Farhan. Professor Kabir, would like to hear from you.
Okay, before I answer this, I want to add two more things with the entire, on behalf of our entire panel. There are two things: the financialization that Ali was mentioning, that's connected with moral economy. The financialization problem has been endemic in the Western financial ecosystem, but that also has become a problem for the Islamic finance as well, because we are disconnecting, because Islamic finance has to connect to the real economy. And somewhere that disconnect is happening. We really need to put the plug in so that it is moral economy, whatever you call this, so that we bring the Maqasid al-Sharia back. Second one, artificial intelligence. So there has been a lot of studies done. I'm talking artificial intelligence agent. You will be surprised what artificial intelligence can do. Sometimes I prompt something, first of all you have to have a knowledge. And if you prompt this artificial intelligence a paid version, it can really write better than what you could. I'm really surprised. Now the question is being asked in the academic and industry, what will happen 10, 15 years ago? There is a prediction that 90% of the jobs will be gone because of the AI revolution. And one of the answer in support of this, they said that in the past when there is an industrial revolution or something from one stage of the economy we move to another stage, so jobs are lost, but jobs are created other which could be taken by other humans. But what is happening, if jobs are lost in one area, there are not humans who can take it over, it will be taken over other artificial intelligence. So we really need to think as a collectively humanity, otherwise machine over man. If they start, I do not believe it, but that could be a possibility, and there's a huge area that we need to focus on. Having said this, because I have to supervise many theses, so I have a 8 different points I want to emphasize of the GCC focused is a fintech type of research. Number one.
But briefly, please, we're running out of time.
Tokenization of sukuk and real assets, legal models, Sharia rulings, smart contract tampers. Again, it will be very useful to the industry. Number 2, AI-driven Sharia compliance systems. Number 3, cross-border digital Islamic finance regulation. If you want to do product from GCC to ASEAN, ASEAN is a big hub of Islamic finance, you really need to bring the model that can cross-section framework interoperability of the systems. Number 4, digital identity for Islamic banks. We have been talking about this, it has to be done more in GCC. Number 5, Islamic digital social finance, blockchain-based zakat, waqf, sadaqah distribution, impact measurement tools. Number 6, cyber security and digital risk in Islamic banks, Sharia sensitive cyber risk management. Number 7, Islamic ESG and climate finance innovation. Climate finance has become very big in conventional area. Green sukuk tokenization, Islamic carbon markets, carbon trading, climate waqf, and finally financial inclusion via Islamic fintech. Farhan is always saying the data, we need to have our own data curated so that we can find a better AI solution. So models for labor migrants, low-income household, unbanked populations. So we need data from our jurisdiction so that we can make the right prediction. AI can give us the right answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kabir. Dr. Salah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, as a matter of fact, when Sheikh Nidam was talking, he mentioned about the Bitcoin, and this has brought my thought on the central bank digital currency. You know, we here in Bahrain, just a few days ago, there was the GCC summit, and as you know, that there's been a huge talk about the unifying the currency, the GCC currency itself, since it was supposed to be implemented back into 2012, but not because of the problem within the GCC, but because of the global market, the challenges between the dollar devaluation and all that's being postponed. So there will be a great idea to see how the central bank digital currency implementing this, because this will make a lot easier on the GCC, you know, setting all the Sharia compliant to be able to make, I would say, the monetary policy funds to see how it could be created within the GCC. And this would be a great opportunity for the GCC country.
Thank you very much. We couldn't agree more. And we conclude with our distinguished guest, Professor Ali.
Okay, in terms of research, I mean, the current trend that we are doing is the development of theory, and I think I would expect from Arabic-speaking countries, particularly, which includes Bahrain as well and the GCC, that we are still missing what we're supposed to do as Islamic Bank or Islamic Microfinance or Takaful as a tool, because the theory tells you what you need to do. Every single bank in the Western world will follow the neoclassical philosophy, and that is efficiency and profitability in a nutshell. So what you as Islamic tool, whatever you are, you're supposed to, and I think that is an uncompleted project within the Islamic economics and finance scholarship. We still don't know what we are supposed to do, and then we will go run away to the sustainable development and other things just to make it glorious, and how Islam aligns with that. And we know that it aligns, but the theoretical part is missing. The second one is many GCC countries are depending usually on the one or two commodities in terms of the income, and that's what they call it as a curse commodity. And I think one of the areas that we did not see much research here is about NGOs and their role into employability and the diversification of the jobs. Many jobs that private and the public sector will not cover it are done in the developed countries by the NGOs. Like, for example, the UK is 7% of the total GDP comes from the non-NGOs. So I think that part is probably ignored and should be the focus in terms of the research. And that includes also Waqf, Zakat, and other institutions as a part of that Islamic discourse. And of course, whatever was mentioned in terms of what are the trends in digitalization, digital world, of course, that should be part and the parcel, but how that could be included in every other areas, which includes also within the collection of zakat or distribution or digitalization as a tool to create the KPIs to measure the performances of the industry in generally. And I think that will be my approach to the research. Of course, there are other areas that have been mentioned. I don't want us to fall in the trap, so we just try to replicate the capitalism in a way, what they are doing, how we can find profit. All these things, I think, that are coming naturally as a need of the industry and the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We thank our distinguished panelists for their valuable and extremely insightful values. I can spare 1-2 minutes for questions from the audience. So do we have any questions before we conclude? Yes, please. We have one at the back.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Muhammad Rizki from University College of Bahrain. I thank you very much for all esteemed panelists, Professor Kabir, Farhan, Ali, and all the panelists. One of the points that Professor Kabir addressed, the seventh research area in Islamic finance in the digital era is tokenized. A tokenized suku, a tokenized real estate. I have a current project, ongoing project with industry right now, the feasibility study of tokenized real estate from regulatory and Sharia point of view. And one of the questions asked by the practitioner is, if the tokenized real estate is poorly structured, will be resemble the CDO, collateralized debt obligations, like in the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008, 2009. So what is your view on that, Professor? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Tokenization has been used, but I missed the real estate. And in the United States, and I believe we do have in many other countries, called a real estate investment trust. So this is a product which is created. It's like a stock mutual fund type of product. Underlying security is real estate portfolio. So when you do tokenization, you are adding the digitalization aspect to that thing. I don't think that what you are saying, it is not going to create debt because you have underlying security, which are real equity. It will be less debt creating. Of course, there will be, because you are creating additional new financial asset to back it up. But if the perspective or objective or intention is to get more money using this so that you can create more real estate, if that is driven that way, and many countries in the United States rates, it is regulated very strongly, 90% of this thing, profit, I'm talking about the dividend has to be paid out as, net income has to be paid out as dividend. So if you have all these parameters in place, I think it will be perfectly fine. I think it will be less Sharia issues than many other products that we discuss.
Thank you very much, Professor. Dr. Sarah, you had a question?
Thank you, Dr. Sarah and the esteemed panel. It's very interesting. We spoke about digitalization, but do you agree that digitalization needs high level of transparency, but the industry is still opaque? That's why we don't have data. So I think this is what we should work on to bridge first, to be more transparent. Then we can turn these data into digitalization. Otherwise, we can have the technology problem that Mr. Farhan was speaking about. And then the project of Professor Kabir would be very difficult to apply.
Yeah, I agree. So data is very important. It's not only everybody talks about data. We talk about big, but in order to see whether it works or not, of course, there's a concept called sandbox. Even before something comes, you artificially try. So in Islamic finance, what is happening? It is growing very fast. As I said, the industry moving faster than the theory generation. Like Ali was saying that where is the theory? You have to go back to the classical. Another part is very much missing really, what I feel, because I'm not an Arabic speaker. So there is a tons of research, I mean rich minefield in Arabic fiqh, which are books are written in Arabic. And many of these things, you know, if I write a paper and somebody said, hey, there is something similar in Arabic, you know what, so it's not something new that I'm doing. So that translation, if you could do at least that part to the rest of the non-Arabic speaking world, that will be great help in terms of data. When I talk about the data, I don't simply mean, you know, the stock market data, I'm talking about the data in general, the research that has to be transferred to the English language. I think there was a project in Saudi Arabia at one time. We need to revive this project. And I would ask Nizam Yaqubi and everyone, bring this wealth of research that is there. We talk about classical Sharia or everything, I believe that. We need to bring it back to the non-Arabic speaking world, because I definitely suffer from it, because not knowing Arabic, not knowing English, Arabic language.
One thing to add on this, very interesting, being transparent. Think of the AI. How would you make the AI? Machine learning. So you have to feed the information to the machine to be able to give you the best result. The more you give, the more result you get. So therefore, transparency in Islamic finance, you know, it needs to be given, needs to be more transparent to have a better result. So therefore, definitely, transparency is a very important, of course, with the ethical standards, because all universities now putting the ethical standards for using the AI. So yes, needs to put an input with the ethical use of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we conclude with a question from Dr. Yumna.
Yeah, so my question was, we see a lot of call of papers in the academic journals about Islamic fintech and digitalization in the Islamic finance, but we know that we have an issue in the data. So your advice is that you go for conceptual papers and the editors want empirical data. So how to solve this dilemma? Thank you.
Unfortunately, you can't, and you should fall for into these things because you are not ready for it, okay? So there is a special issue, they call for this thing. These are bull, okay? So please don't. I think there is a lot of hanky-panky going on in academic world publishing. You have to be very careful, okay? I think these big industries, do you know there is a research, how much the rate of return on Elsevier on their product? The return on investment 38%. They are making money out of you. They have all these special issues which are unethical. There has been a lot of going on. I mean, we don't even have data to do simple, you know, Islamic finance paper. Even banking, if you have to do, if you don't have access to the bank scope and which costs a lot of money, how can you do this evolving? As Farhan said, we cannot even form a standard because data is not there. We don't have enough information. So don't. At this stage, we have to do case study type of work. But unfortunately, the big journals don't. And forget about those. You do research because you believe it's worthwhile to do it. It's going to help the society. Go with the direction. And I also ask the university, academic vice president is sitting there, really don't look at this Q1, Q2, because there are not really many Islamic finance journals. Otherwise, those who do work, they will be discouraged. and the real research will not come out. You follow, you build your own, there are existing journals which promote, and try to reward them accordingly. That will create an incentive. Sorry, sister, I have to say this.
We do agree Islamic Finance Journal is still in a mature stage. This concludes our interesting and amazing panel discussion. Once again, thank you to our esteemed panelists, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We thank you once again to our esteemed panelists for this insightful session, and of course to you, Dr. Sara, for moderating it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now take a very short break for 10 minutes and we'll reconvene at 11:30 to continue with the rest of the conference's agenda. We invite you to visit the exhibition, and please enjoy the networking and some refreshments. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you for a photo session. Please, let's take a group photo. Please join us for the photo session. We extend the invitation to everyone. Please join us.
Okay. مو شغال بلا انا اوريدي صوتي عالي يعني.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we have a session titled Meet the Editors, where representatives of scientific journals will talk about their journals. I would like to invite our editors, Professor Khalid Husseini, Editor, Journal of Financial Reporting and Accounting, Professor Ali Advokich, Guest Editor, Religion, Dr. Sarah Al-Blushi, Managing Editor, Journal of Islamic Financial Studies, Dr. Yumna Abdullah, Editorial Board Member, Arab Gulf Journal of Administrative Sciences, and Dr. Ammar Draysat, Associate Editor, International Journal of Economics and Business Research, the moderator of the session. Please join me in welcoming all.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are honored to have the distinguished panel of editors from leading journals who will share valuable insight on publication requirement, manuscript quality, and how to effectively transform conference papers into a strong journal submissions. Please join me to welcome Professor Khalid Husseini for the first journal.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. طبعا جزيل الشكر لجامعة البحرين وكل المسؤولين عن تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الأكثر من رائع. أشكركم على هذه الدعوة وعلى كرم الضيافة وعلى حسن الاستقبال، وإن شاء الله ما تكونش الدعوة الأخيرة، وأتمنى وصول دعوات في المستقبل كثير جدا. جزيل الشكر للدكتورة سارة وسيادة العميد الكلية وكل الزملاء والزميلات. Today I am presenting a Journal of Financial Reporting and Accounting. The journal is ranked in Scopus, it's Q1, and also it's listed in ABDC, the Australian ranking. It's C now, and we applied to promote the journal from C to B. And also it is ranked in ABS, the British rank. It's 1 star, and we hope that the next rank will be upgraded to 2 star. The journal submission is free, and also publication is free. And normally when you submit your paper, we within 1 to 7 days we send the paper to the reviewers. We give them 50 days maximum to send us a reply. And then once we get like major or minor revision, we give the author 1 month to consider the comments. If he can't finish within a month, we can extend the period for him or for her. So this our journal. We are interested in all topics related to accounting and finance. Although it's financial reporting and accounting, but the scope is open to all topics in accounting, all topics in finance, emerging economies, developed countries, all different countries is considered. We accept all methodologies, qualitative, quantitative, biometric analysis, systematic literature review. So we are quite open to all types of research related to accounting and finance. The acceptance rate is 15%, which means that 85% of submitted paper is rejected. Once you receive a rejection, you got some comments, we welcome you again, if you receive a rejection, to revise your paper and to resubmit to the journal. So what I will talk today, I will talk about the process itself, what happened when you submit your paper to the journal. Normally, the editorial office check your paper. They try to find out if your paper within the scope of the journal or not. Also, they try to find out whether you satisfy the instructions to the authors or not. They check similarity, and also they check your cover letter if you highlight the extent to which your paper is in line with the scope of the journal, if you highlight any facts about the incremental contribution of your journal, if you recommend some reviewers, if you oppose some reviewers as well. And then the editorial office send a letter to the editor or the associate editor. me as an editor or associate editor, what we do, normally we read the paper. We should read it. So I can't desk reject without reading. So when I read the paper, I try to find out to what extent the paper is within the scope of the journal, and also I try to find out the incremental contribution, the originality, to what extent your paper is linked with the literature, to what extent the author used a valid research method, and also to what extent you have some interesting result, to what extent your result has an impact on practice, and finally we look at the academic writing as well. If the paper is clearly written, in this case, I send the paper to reviewers. Normally, I select the reviewers by looking at the list of your references. So reviewers will be selected based on their expertise in the area of your research. So what you need to do as a researcher to increase your chance in getting your paper published in the journal, this is my own view. First of all, you need to read the best. Reading the best means that you need to read articles published in top-ranked journals. And once you read the articles published in top-ranked journals, you need also to cite these articles, because citing articles from top-ranked journals increase the credibility of your story. So read the best, cite the best, and when you submit, you need to submit to the best fit. You need to be sure that your paper fit well with the scope of the journal. And also, you need to be sure that your paper is of high quality. What I mean by high quality here I can say that from the start until the end. If you have a title, you need to be sure that you have a very interesting title which reflects the contribution of your paper, which reflects the main story of your paper. For the abstract, it's very short. In our journal, the maximum number of words is 250 for abstract. It should be structured. So you should have a clear research objective, methodology, key findings, and contribution of your paper. You should have also some keywords, between 2 keywords up to 6 keywords, which reflect the main story of your journal. Also, for the introduction, it should be a good introduction. I mean by the good introduction here, you need to answer in advance to any questions that might be raised by the reviewer or the editors. So for any research, you should start by a research problem. Tell the reader what the research problem is, what's the importance of this research problem, and also what's your motivation to look at this research problem. You should have a clear paragraph about the objective of your study, your research questions, your research motivations. Tell the reader from the introduction what the contribution is, what type of the contribution, to what extent you provide contribution to the theory or practice or the methodology. Summarize your findings and end the introduction by a brief paragraph about the structure of your paper. So this is what I can say that good introduction, because these points answer most of the questions raised by reviewers. Then the literature review. Literature review should be critical. Why? Because you need to identify the gaps in the literature and convince the readers that you identify a research gap and you address this gap in your paper. So literature should be critical, and the word critical here means that you need to identify the strengths and weaknesses of your paper. And then you need to explain the difference between your paper and other papers, and you need to convince the reader, as I mentioned, that you address one of the gaps in the literature. If you are a quantitative researcher, and if you have research hypotheses, you need also to develop these research hypotheses well. So you need to use relevant literature, relevant theory, and also the context of your study to develop good research questions. Moving to the methodology, this is the most important part of your paper, because if you use the wrong method, or if you don't justify your method, the credibility of your result will be quite low. So for the research method, you need to convince the reader that you have used the right research method. How can we convince the reader that? We need narrative. We need to explain why I select this research method, how I develop these variables, why I select this sample period, what's the sample selection criteria, what's the definition of each variable, which one is dependent, which one is independent, and which one is control variables. So explanation of the variable, definition, measurement should also be supported by the literature. And of course, you need to explain the source of your data. so the reviewer can check if this data is correct or not. So you start doing the analysis. Normally, if we are doing some quantitative research, we start by some descriptive analysis to describe our sample. We do some correlation analysis to check if we have multicollinearity problems or not. And then we present our mean regression analysis. But after the mean regression analysis, you need to convince the reader that your analysis is robust, is correct. So normally we do additional analysis, changing the definition of the dependent variable, independent variable, use different research method to check whether we will get some same result or different result. So we need here to convince the reader that to what extent our results are driven by the methodology, or it doesn't matter whatever the methodology you are using, we got the same result. So if you are doing qualitative research, again, you need explanation. If you do case study, how many case study and why? If you do interviews, how many interviews and why? If you have a questionnaire, what's the response rate of the questionnaire? Who are the main people who address or fill your questionnaires? And also, you need to explain the validity and reliability test to convince, again, the reader that all are sorted out. So now, after you do the analysis, you need to present your findings. For quantitative research, we have the tables, so we can say, okay, whether we accept the research hypothesis or not, and also we need to provide evidence from the tables. For the qualitative research, we need to identify the main themes. We need to link these findings with the responding people who respond to our questions, link the findings to the research questions, and provide a clear answer to the research question. So up to this point, what we have done, just we present the findings. This is not enough for publication. You need also to discuss the finding. So it will be great if you have a separate section about the discussion of the finding. You need to explain to the reader to what extent your results are in line with the literature or against the literature. If your result is in line with the literature, the reviewer might say that, okay, your results are in line with the literature. So what's your incremental contribution? You have nothing new. You get the same result like the literature. And also if you say that my results are different from the literature, again, the reviewer can say, okay, it's different because you are wrong. You have used the wrong method, the wrong variable, and so whatever your result is in line with the literature or against the literature, you should provide explanation why. So normally, we link the findings with the literature, with the theories, and also with the context of the study. Why I find a positive or negative relationship between two variables in the context of Bahrain. What does it mean within the context itself? And then we present the conclusion. By the conclusion here, we don't need to repeat what we have written before. Remember that in the introduction, you have objective, you have a clear research question. So in the conclusion, try to provide an answer, a brief answer to the research questions raised in the introduction. And then discuss the research impact. What are the potential impact of your research on regulators or policymakers and so on. And then you discuss the research limitations and suggest ideas for future research. Remember that you need to provide evidence. You cited articles from top-ranked journals. So we need to mention to the reference in top-ranked journals in our paper. And also, if you target to submit to a journal, you need to cite the journal you are planning to submit to. This still have time on it?
Just 1 minute.
1 minute.
If you can.
2 minutes, 1 minute.
Okay.
So now you finish your paper. Should we submit now? The answer is no. Don't submit early draft. Try to get feedback on your draft to improve the quality of the paper before submission. And once you got your comments and you improve the quality of your feedback or the paper, you need to proofread and edit. Don't give reasons to the editors to reject your paper. So try to check language before submission, and also try to adhere to the ethical issues, originality, ethical approval, any permission for copyrighted material. And also, if you are using AI, you need to follow the policy of the journal for using AI. After doing all these points, you need also to prepare a strong cover letter to convince the editor that you have a good paper which fit well with the journal. Then you need to read carefully the instructions again in the journal before submission, and then you need to submit. And once you submit, your paper could be disk-rejected or disk-rejected with major resubmission, or accepted or major or so different decision. My last advice here, once you got a chance to revise your paper, I will summarize all these points in 3 points here. When you reply to the editor or the author, you need to follow 3 golden rules. First, you need to reply completely. You need to provide a complete answer to their question. Support this complete answer with evidence. So write completely with evidence and show some respect to the comments, especially the critical comments raised by the reviewer. So thank you very much, and I leave the floor now to my friend Ali.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor.
So I won't repeat what Professor Hall was mentioning, but I will just add another areas of discussion. Now, the religion journals is also Q1, and we collaborated with them on some issues regarding Islamic moral economy, so they like the idea. I don't know why it's not moving. Is the presentation up? Oh, yeah. And then the idea was to come out with special issue piety and ethical foundation in Islamic moral economy. Now that is the focus area. Now of course that covers broad areas of topics which I will go run quickly. So it is myself, Professor Fawad Khalil from Edinburgh and Tariq from Oxford. 3 of us created this special issue. Of course the Journal of Religion is unfortunately fee pay, but we managed to get number of papers to be free. That will be subject to the editors to decide who can get. So if any of you submit, it will be probably exempted from any fees. Now there is a list of values and things that we are looking, but the main idea here is how the ethics, values of Islam actually create the scopes for Islamic moral economy. And any idea of social financing will be great, waqf, zakat. So that piety element, where does it comes in Islam? That will be the focus of the issues. Now there's a range of the topics that you can be innovative. Don't restrict it to a certain area. You have on the website full aims and the scopes. I will not go through that. But I want to now follow from Professor Khalid what he presented. That's on the paper, how it looks like to publish, what the steps you need to follow. But let's be practical and more pragmatic in that sense. Why when editors receive so I'm now acting on the other side as the editor, and I also go same process myself when you submit the paper. Why we get rejected? This is the usual outcomes. You submit the paper, next day is a desk rejection. Why? Where things go wrong? And the simple area is, usually they will say, you know, we received a huge number of papers, X, Y, Z, but unfortunately your paper is not within the scope, which always is problematic in itself. Now, another issue that comes also with a paper is novelty. You know, it's not clear what you are trying to say. And that's what Professor Howard was explaining to you guys. You know, when you structure the literature review, you try to identify gap, you try to get, but you are not saying anything new that we don't know. So that part of originality is missing, and hence paper doesn't go. The other reason is usually weak design or unclear method. And this is what also Professor Hall mentioned. If you submit your early draft, because you just run to submit, because it will go, usually they see there's a lot of missing things. Leave the paper. Also, when you finish it, let's say today, give it some time and have a fresh look after a few weeks. It's also very useful. Or ask your colleague who is not even expert in that field, even better, to read it and give you an honest opinion. What do they think? Sometimes they provide you much more concrete and beneficial feedback than somebody who will be expert in the field. Also, report no arguments. So there is no claim. And that's one of the things which I find problematic with Islamic finance. It's very difficult to sell to the mainstream journals because we don't create any new claim. Usually we try to replicate what is already there within the neoclassical understanding. So when you just replicate the same ideas, they don't find it original in any way, and hence that will be by default rejection. And then what is the contribution appeal?
Sometimes your paper have a story, the idea is good, but until you come to that, probably editor's already bored of reading of. So if you don't hook the editor in the first couple of paragraphs to make it, you know what is the best paper, guys? This is one I learned from my friend. He said, look, Al, it is like storytelling. Red Riding Hood. I don't know if you have in Arabic, but it's a Western one. So the girl is walking through the forest, and the wolf is coming. You need to make me curious. I want to know what is coming next. If you are just making the statement, fact of the fact of the fact is boring. No one will listen to that. And they will stop reading. So you need to make me feel I want to know what is coming next. And that is probably the best part. And usually, and then you come to the end, you know the full story at the end itself. So that is one also important factor that try to think is more pragmatic way how it will work. There was another issue I want to say. In the previous session, probably you heard about no data, no data. Yes, we all suffer from that, but try also to be innovative to come with the data. Recently, we work on the paper, which is for a journal of management. It's a 4-star journal. It's quite challenging. And we came out with the data. All of you are teaching. You have a class. You have a student. So you just imagine you have 500 students, and you give them something. You can extrapolate out of that data, create something new. And the idea that we work on how we teach within the business school in the Western education, Global South, people come from these countries, including my country as well, Bosnia, to the UK, and we teach them capitalism. That's the whole idea. Because we come and train you to think like a Westerners. You are all amazed when you go from the Arab countries or any other countries, you know, to study in the United States or the UK. What will be trained? You will be brainwashed to think like a capitalist. And that's what we call it colonization of education. So you are moving from the south to the north so that you be colonized through the brainwash. Now that was a data through the assessment. So we took a number of universities, what are your assessments in the certain modules, and out of that we create the data. That's also possible for many fintech issues. We create the data ourselves so that we can analyze and provide a particular story. I know the time is running. I will go back to the main point. So what is Professor Howard mentioned, I will just skip away. I will also mention it. These are all things that already mentioned, the title, abstract, the introduction, which is the main part that needs to hook you so that you can read. It's all about, guys, when we are talking about research, is to create your reputational, academic reputation. And one of the things to make this successful will require trust and respect and academic reputation. But one thing that I also noticed, and this is specifically for GCC guys, is when you are publishing, usually you are solo authors. Maybe because that's the regulations. But to get the quality, you need to collaborate. We work on, and you need to join the skills. Some of you might be very strong of quantitative. Professor Howard was explaining what is a quantitative process that we do. But sometimes, because the nature of the innovation, the paper will require multiple skills. Somebody can write a very original story. Somebody can be very good in quantitative, but they don't have a story. They will say it's significant or insignificant, but they want the narrative. The selling paper is a narrative. I saw recently 4-star paper. It has 50 observations of the data, very primitive, but the story is beautiful. Economic Geography Journal, for instance, just have a look how they articulate the narrative. Why publish? That's another question. So I will just skip it for time being. Think of the publication. Now, this is something that I would like in the future. Probably I will leave the presentations to do the activity. Where you need to create certain journals that you want to target and publish, and also to try to think what are your limitations to publish. Most of you probably will fear, oh, I'm not writing good enough in English. But you might have amazing story. And that's why collaboration is becoming a essential part for success to publish. If you look at the Professor Khalid profile, you will find that he collaborated with many people, and that is probably the key for the success in publishing today. You're writing your own ideas, you get lost within your own narrative and writing, and hence you lose the scope and originality. Now, how do we actually get our papers into those international journals? Now, this is the journeys that been explained from the draft to the change to the submit to review process and accept the publication. Of course, you're going to go back and forward many times. Each journal, sometimes you need to also look at the editors. We were submitting for a journal, believe me, each of us, we know every single person, every single editor on the journal, what are their approach, whether they are research activists or they are research formalists, what they are, what is the nature, what things that they, because at the end of the day, they are human beings. Yes, we call it is very objective, but at the end of the day, that is the human beings will deal with that paper. And they have also emotional feelings, they have their own approach. So try to understand when you are submitting that this also needs to be taken into consideration. Very much important in additions to make the successful publication strategy, collaboration I mentioned, but also you need to promote your publication. If you haven't published 3-star paper, maybe with somebody else, it's unlikely if you put your name first, the editor will recognize, oh, this guy's actually never published, that you will get through the process. I remember myself in the past when I tried, you submit, it's a just desk rejection. Then I went with somebody who is more senior, I collaborated, then I went through the first time. The second time was much easier. So also that's very important to take on the, now this is the planning exercise, we will skip that, how you can make the mini publication plan, guys. What are the possible chances that you can do in 1 year and 2 years? Also, there are certain journals or scopes are extremely difficult to publish. Try to publish in economics. It takes for ages. Accounting, probably middle, much less difficult than economics. But the easiest one, guys, are the education journals. Try to publish in British Research Education, 3-star journal, Q1 in Scopus. It will take you probably 3 to 4 months to publish, but you need to have a story of that for that journal. Another issue is, I don't know how much is relevant in Bahrain, but it's very much relevant in the UK, if your research is outcome of research grant. If you get a grant, somebody paid to do that research, that also has, and you have to disclose that in your statement, that this is the funded research, that also have a huge role that paper quality will be high, but also the signaling to the editors that this has a more potential because somebody considered that. So that will be like in a nutshell, I know the time is out, just different things without repeating what Professor Khalid is mentioning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ali, for your presentation, and Professor Khalid. Okay, so now I will start my presentation. It's not moving. Okay, so I will not talk much about the research and how to publish. Mostly I will talk about the journal, as Professor Khalid and Professor Ali, I think they cover most of the idea how to publish papers. The journal here, the International Journal of Economic and Business Research, it's an open access journal published by the Science. The journal serves as the platform linking academia, business and industry through rigorous research. It publishes high quality research, and I will not take much also here. So the leadership here for this journal, the editor-in-chief, Professor Dimitri Kantelas, he is from the University of Assumption, United States of America, and I'm the associate editor for the journal since 2020. The journal matrix, and this is the most important also, that the authors, and when we need to publish, we look at the matrix to get the shortcut for what target that we need to look at the journal, depend on our aim, and it depend on our paper that we have. So here the site score 1.4 for the journal. It's a Q3 journal. Frequency 6 issue per years, and unfortunately this there is a publication fees for the journal. It was $1,600. It was before free, but mostly they make it open access, and also at the same time there is many university they have fund for the research, so they can cover it. Also the journal is indexed by Scopus. Okay, so the aim, as we said, for the business, it's including all, mostly the business fields and finance, accounting, and other fields in business, plus also education. The types of manuscript accepted, okay, if you want to publish, or if you want to send your paper for the journal, the research article should be around 5,000 to 7,000 words. Of course, it can take the empirical and the theoretical studies, and as I said, from the business and education, so they can send their paper. It applied research with policy or business relevance. So what not accepted? Only the brief or research notes. And also, if we talk about here, because we talk about the conference and participating, let's say collaborating our journals with the conference, and the opportunity for the participant to have the chance to send their paper for the journals. So the conference paper in original form, it's not accepted unless fully rewrite per under science rule or other journals, if you look at the other journals at the same time. Okay, so the journal process, as most of the journals, the same thing. Firstly, you need to submit your paper, and the submission, you should have, of course, account with the under science, and then you can submit the paper. Firstly will be the initial editorial screening. If the editorial here, they accept that the paper will go through to the next step, or either they will reject or disk rejection for the paper. Then after that, they will send it for the reviewer. In under science account, okay, when you're doing your submission, there is a step that you need to do during the submission, otherwise you cannot do it. You need to submit 5 reviewers, nominated 5 reviewers, okay, then you can submit your papers, and the reviewers should not be from your institution or from any of the authors' institution. This is the important one. After that, the editorial decision, we will take, usually, we will give the reviewer for 1 month, but you know it's difficult to get this guarantee, so sometimes it will take 1 month or more. We will send it for 3 reviewers, okay, and we need to take the decision. 3 reviewers, they need to reply, or they need to respond for that. After that will be the final check by the editorial decision, then the final check by the editor-in-chief for that, then the process for the publication will go through. Okay, so as I said, I will not talk much because Professor Khalid and Professor Ali, they already talk about how to make the paper strong, okay, to submit for the target journal you need. I will not go through it because we already talked about it. Okay, now common reason for disk rejection, I will only talk about poor fit with the journal. Others, they already explain it more. In my opinion, the poor fit with the journal, in my opinion, the most important, if you want to publish your paper, there is 2 strategies. Either you will write your paper, then you try to find the suitable journal that you need to submit your paper. The other strategy, that you target the journal, look at the journal that you targeted, then you can write or build your paper. And here there is no right or wrong way to do it, in my opinion, but you should have clear mind that, okay, if my paper, the quality of the paper, good, and you write it already, so you have to fix it, or you have to fix it all the time to get to get the standard of the journal. But if you target the journal first and you write your paper, here you get a shortcut. Of course, does not mean you will get acceptance, but at least that you know what exactly this paper, or sorry, this journal needs. And at the same time, you have to look at the journal, what they interest. Sometimes we get disk rejection straight away, and your paper, it's good and fitting for the journal. So why they disk reject? You need to look at what the journal looking for this year. What's the hot topic and what they're interested in. Sometimes they will reject your paper because they're not interested in anymore in one topic. So you have to be careful. You need to read everything about the journal before submitting, so you will not waste time. So this are the important things, in my opinion, for the two strategy, and you can use whatever you want from them. Tips for the acceptance. Again, we have too many things we can talk about it here. Okay, as they discussed the professors, I will not go through it again. Ethical and professional standard, also the same thing here, and avoid duplicate submission. This is not illegal to submit the same journal for, the same paper for two journals. Okay, now message to the early career researcher: focus on equality. So choose topic with a clear economic or business relevance, supported by the solid theory or data. Build a strong research question and explain clearly why your study matters. Ensure alignment between your research question methodology and the conclusion. Collaborate and seek mentorship to enhance rigor, and this is most important. Treat revision as a part of the process for your work, and maintain academic integrity and avoid rushing manuscript. Okay, so the publication opportunity for our conference, or in the participant in our conference here, this here very important, that a strong conference presentation is just the beginning. Turning it into a publishable journal article requires serious writing, deepening, and strengthening the research. So for the opportunity here, I will talk about, again, I will not talk about how you will develop your paper, okay, but I will, sorry. Oh, okay. What should I do? Do it. Okay. The other. Okay, so the opportunity that conference presenter will have the opportunity, so author must rewrite, expand, and improve the conference paper before submission. At least you need to add new content, 30 to 40% or more is required to meet the journal standard. You need to, as we said, strengthen the literature and other things in the whole papers. Now, to be considered for publication in the journal, here you have to do one thing. The same paragraph, that when you submit, there is a comment to the editor, so you need to write down this paper is a revised and expanded version of a paper entitled. You put the title of your paper, present it at the conference, okay, exactly the same, and at the same time, in the first page of your paper, you put in the, after the abstract in the note, you have to put also this paragraph. If you put this one, if you did not put this one and you're interested to submit to this journal, okay, if you're not putting this paragraph, the paper will not come to me. So this is the chance for publication to encourage the participant if they need to make the paper published in our journals. Submission deadline, I just put it here, and it's open from once we finish the conference. You are welcome to submit your full paper, okay, until 5 February 2026. And the first decision usually for the under science will take from 1 month to 3 months. And this, of course, depends on the reviewer respond. Sometimes they will not respond. You will take 6 months or forever. So this is one of the things, was mostly 1 month to 3 months for the first acceptance. And I think we finish my presentation, and you have any question, we can talk about it in the Q&A session. Thank you very much. And now we welcome Dr. Sarah Al-Blushi for her presentation.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the professor's efforts. I have 5 minutes, Dr. Ammar, right? And I think this is
Okay.
more than needed. So I'm speaking about, I'm presenting the Journal of Islamic Financial Studies, which is published by the University of Bahrain. It's a double-period journal. It's open access. It's free of fees. And it's indexed in EconLet Google Scholar. It's not Scopus. And now going back to Professor Kabir, sometimes in Islamic finance specifically, when you have a specific topic, Dr. Mohammed Salim publishing in economics, when we have specific tailored product, mudaraba based, musharaka based, it's a very long process to get it in a very high ranked journals. They will look at the scope, and if our data is mainly Malaysian, Indonesian, any of our developing countries, it will be again questionable of the methodology and the data. So I'm saying that is our chance. Many of the papers that I've seen in the agenda working with Islamic finance scope with the data, very interesting. Maybe for the PhD students, for early career researchers, this is a good chance for you to publish. Dr. Ammar is the managing editor, so you have 2 chances today in 2 journals. So I think it's a great opportunity. It's a continuous issuances, meaning that we don't have a specific timing. If we can gather a good number of papers, we can definitely, the volume would be issued. So again, we want to make impact, not only in Islamic finance, but the region as well. It's Islamic finance studies, but again, we accept conventional, not only in comparison, but also conventional papers, fintech, AI, takaful, risk, behavioral finance. I was speaking to in a chit chat in the coffee break, and practitioners told us that if you want data from the industry, you need to pay, because it's consumer behavior and not very difficult, and it's not very easy to get. So maybe we can use our people in the university to gather the data and come up with the right story. So again, the submission guidelines are very common. So English manuscript, Word format, maximum of 25 pages, and then there's 0 tolerance of plagiarism, confidential manuscript handling, and again, it matters to say the story. We have the specialization. Islamic finance is culture, is identity when it comes to the region. So if you have a nice story, and I don't think it's fair that it will be in your desk just because we don't have to get to the Q1 or to the Q2 journals. So let others read it through other means. And then the call for papers, again, after the priority, of course, for the papers submitted to this conference, the deadline is the 31st of January. Fast track, inshallah, because we will be done with the final exams. So we will be able to read. And then you can submit through the link. And we have the QR, but maybe we can circulate it later to you through EDAS. And then you can add this specific paragraph to your paper, so then we can be considered for the fast track. Thank you very much. Now with Dr. Yumna.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. And welcome, Dr. Yumna.
So it's my pleasure to talk about the Arabian Gulf Administrative Journal, I guess. So basically, it's published by UOB. It also, like the Islamic Finance Journal, doesn't have any publication fees. It's a new journal. That's why it's not indexed by Scopus. This is the QR code for the website of the journal. But I'll take you through the main items that we want to talk about. So basically, this journal was established in 2022 based on the initiatives by the General Secretaries of the College of Administrative Sciences in the GCC universities. And it is a peer-reviewed journal, and it mainly focuses on the GCC. We wouldn't say it mainly focuses, but always remember, we always have an issue. If we do any research on the GCC, no one is interested to publish it. Let's be fair enough. So this is a good outlet in the sense if you have anything related to the GCC, but it's not limited to the GCC, this journal will be a good fit for you. As I mentioned, because it's an initiative between the GCC colleges of administrative sciences and business schools, so you would see our editorial board is mainly represented by most of the colleges in the GCC. Our editor-in-chief is Dr. Abdullah Al-Jalahma, and it's under the supervision of the Dr. Rima bint Hassan. In terms of the vision and the contribution of the journal, it enhances the quality of the research in the GCC. We are trying to strengthen our competitiveness to be there as a journal in the international research world. We are trying to promote high-impact research that will not only impact the academia but also the industry. Remember what was mentioned in the keynote session about the collaboration between the public and private sector, and we are happy to say that we already, in the 2 issues that were already published, we already have a lot of papers that are coming from the practitioners. So we're not only, the authors are not only from the academia, but we do have industry experts that are interested to publish in the journal as well. As I said, it is an outlet, it's an academic outlet, it's a great opportunity, especially if you have already a GCC data and you have a difficulty in publishing it in other international journals. Yeah. The scope, since the journal is talking about all of the administrative sciences being the businesses, so as you would see, the scope is really wide. So we do cover most of the topics that comes under in the business world, with the special things that what I mentioned. If you have anything related to the women in management and businesses, since it's a trendy topic, then you are welcome to submit. You would see sustainability. So we made sure to cover the traditional, I would say, areas, whereas also the upcoming and the trendy. So you would have sustainability, you have business analytics, you have corporate governance, supply chain. So it's really a wide range of scope. The types of paper accepted, we do accept full research, case studies, review papers, short notes, and letters. In terms of the general submission guidelines, this is the QR code for the submission, and the submission is through EDAS. I think all of the audience here are well aware about EDAS, similar to the conference submission. So this is the link to EDAS. And as expected, we do only accept original, not published journals. In terms of the structure, a very conventional structure. So we're talking about the keywords, the abstract, the introduction, the methodology. The abstract, we do require it in Arabic and English to reflect, because we do accept also papers in Arabic. And the references, the word count is between 6,000 to 8,000 words. The importance of this journal to the researchers, remember, as I said in the beginning, this journal is as well associated with most of the GCC universities. It is published, because it's published by UOB, so this means that it's published by AACSB accredited university, which gives it a bit of credibility. It's suitable for researchers who are interested to publish in peer-reviewed journals, and it's free of charge. So this is an important thing to mention as well. Similar to what Dr. Asara said about the Islamic Finance Journal, if you're interested to submit to it, this is the text that has to be mentioned that it's coming out of the conference. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yumna. Now we can take the Q&A. If there is any question for the professors.
Kaisar Munir, and I'm a professor in College of Business Administration. So you have all have a wonderful presentation, and explain about your journal. So my specific question is from Dr. Khalid and Dr. Alija. Just want to know about your journal's policy towards the data transparency and the reproducibility of the result. As you know that recently many journals are retracting the papers. So, and because of recently there's a, AI is also, used in the journal. So any specific guidelines you have provided, because most of the recent journals, especially in my area, economics, they are asking about send your data and also computer codes in order to verify. Any guidelines if you provide it or you want to add it in your website or something like that? Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the question. Just recently, about 12 months ago, we agreed with Emerald that before issuing any acceptance, I have the right to ask the author to share with me the data and the do file. So they share with me the data and do file. Sometimes I run the analysis myself or ask one of my associate editors to do it, or just hire someone voluntarily can do it, because we know that there is data fabrication over the last 12 months and many journals retract papers. So to avoid this kind of problem and to avoid our reputation as well, before the final acceptance, we ask to share the data and also do file. Some authors disappear, which give us a sign that there is something wrong. Others say, we have the data, but we can't share it for whatever reason. I ask him or her to have like a video call, and he can show me the data on data stream, run the analysis in front of me, and if I convince that everything is right, I send the acceptance. But sometimes from the analysis itself, I can understand there is something wrong. So I look at the definition of the variable, I look at the data. So for example, he mentioned that variable is dummy variable 1, 0, but when you look at the descriptive, you find something else. So there is some science, but we decided over the last 12 months that before making the final decision, we have to check the data and also do file.
The same thing applies. So if it's a secondary data, yes, they will ask to provide it. But if it's the primary data, they might not be able to send us data, but you can ask from university to give you the ethical committee that approves, so that actually the data exists. Because what we are dealing now, AI can replicate, create any data that you need. So that's the key part. Now, another issue is AI. Now, the softwares now read the AI text. If you buy the specific plugins in Turnitin, it will provide you the report whether the paper is AI written or AI paraphrased. Now, the accuracy of that is still debatable. Now, I was asked to review for a very high impact journal, and I put in my Turnitin as an editor, I have access, so it came out 98% AI. So I wrote to editor, do you want me to review this? Because now this is now a big question. But apparently also you have now software which will AI proofread, then it will catch up that that's actually the AI, but it's not. So now we have really ethical dilemma, which pathway you want to follow here. Usually if you find the writing as a statement, that's AI, because there is no analytical approach. And this is what we can now, that's the human element, you cannot replace it and still is valuable.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon. I'm Professor Mukesh. I have one question based on my own experience. Just I'm asking actually to any of the editor if you can answer. Does the country or the university the author is affiliated with, how does it matter to the editorial decision making? The country or the university the author is associated with, does it matter in editorial decision making? Sometimes, because with my experience I observed that the rate of rejection generally very high these days, especially if I'm sending. So that's what my question, does it matter, the affiliation of the author, whether the author is from a particular country or particular university? Because before that I worked in South America, so what I find now actually the rate of rejection generally, it keeps on very high, especially. But at that time I never had this kind of problem before.
Correct. So your question is whether it's matter association with a place to
the
rejection
country.
of your paper. So when you submit the paper,
Yeah.
so the editor will see which university you are affiliated.
Which country?
Yeah, countries.
Which country, which
Oh,
university?
country.
Yes.
A country or university.
It's matter or not?
I mean, you will be surprised how much we get rejection as well. So it's nothing to do with the place. It's just you need to keep trying. I don't think so there is an association.
Or is there any pre-perception of the editor sometimes that matters also?
But look at the editors on the many of the journals. Many from the parts of this part of the world are editors. So it doesn't mean that because you are submitting from, let's say, Pakistan, that you will be rejected because you are submitting from University of Pakistan, because editor itself might be from Pakistan, because it happens a lot. I mean, I will give you best example. If you look at any business school in the UK, and Professor Khalid is here with me, who are the teachers, who are the professors there? 90% are foreigners. They are not British people. In Dundee University, we are 90 academics. Maybe only 5 of them are Scottish English. 85 are foreigners from different parts of the world. And these guys are most probably editors of the journals. So that will not imply that the place has an impact. I don't know.
Okay, so I think that editors or associate editors evaluate your work rather than evaluating you or your institution. So in theory, at least, we are looking at your draft you submitted and whether you have a contribution or not, and if yes, we send to the reviewers and so on. Reviewers has no access to your data, so the only person have access to your information is the editor or the associate editors. But in practice, I can say that editors are human. They make mistake. They might be biased against country or against specific data. I heard one day from one of the editors in top-ranked journals, he says that if someone submit a paper from Damascus University, I don't know where is Damascus University. I don't know anything about this country. So I rejected. He said that in the conference, and we criticized him that I said, okay, but you need to look at the quality of the work rather than the country itself. I submitted a journal article. I applied my research in Oman, and the reply got from the editor desk rejected because he mentioned that I don't know where Oman is. I replied to him, it's your own problem, not my own problem. You need to look at the work, you need to look at the story, you need to look at my justification why I selected the Omani context. So in short, it shouldn't be any link between the researcher and his country or his university or institution. And as an editor, we have to look at the work itself to be evaluated.
Maybe it is not true for every editors. Maybe some cases because I encountered before. Actually, if I remember, one of the journal I submitted, the first editor accepted, first reviewer accepted the paper. Second reviewer actually gave some major comments, but editor, based on these two, rejected on, I don't know, so, but he has no right to reject that way. So
yes, this is the right of the editor to make the final decision, even if both reviewers accept your paper. He's reading your article and judge the quality of the article. He might be right or wrong, but he decided to reject because he believes that the quality of the work is lower than the benchmark in the journal. It is not fair, but what can you do just to move forward? You need to find someone there. Another journal.
Thank you very much. If there is any, yes, Dr. Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everyone for your insightful information. I'll try to articulate my question correctly without sounding like a student that wants to use AI. However, I have something Professor Ali said made me question the relationship between the use of AI for writing and the role of editors and journals. I think Professor Ali just said something, but it was repeated more than once today. It feels like the relationship between the use of AI for writing and publications is a negative relationship. Isn't it time for journals and editors to understand that AI can elevate the quality of writing, speed the quality of writing? I remember when my father did his master's and compared to when I did my master's, the process of collecting data and looking into journals is completely different. So isn't it time to just welcome the use of AI in writing, since it's going to elevate other parts of the publications?
I will talk about myself, like for the JFRA, Journal of Financial Reporting and Accounting, and most of the journal I'm working at Emerald, using AI is acceptable for writing, rewriting only. So once you submit, we check using Turnitin, it gives us, if the percentage is 20% or above, they give us details. So what kind of details? They mention to AI generated content or AI rewriting and writing issues. So, yeah, so if it is AI generated content, this means that you just ask AI to define the word of corporate governance. They give you the definition and with a reference, and you copy and paste the content without any modification. This is not acceptable. Although we can't guarantee that it is AI, there is no guarantee. So what we should do, we look at the reference list. If I found any reference is fabricated, the paper should be rejected. But even if you use AI generated content and you have the right reference, I can't find any reason why should I reject the paper. So AI now, like X-ray, when you go to see any doctor, you do your X-ray, it's acceptable. It's like Google. It's a tool to help the author to speed up the quality and to improve the quality of the paper and to speed up the writing. But the story itself should be from your mind, the data should be true, and you can use it as a tool to improve the quality of the writing. So what is not permitted is AI-generated content, but the rest, using AI for improving the writing, we all are using it. Even we as editors, we use it. Sometimes I'm not like familiar with all topics submitted to my journal. So sometimes I ask ChatGPT about a specific topic. Who are the key authors in this area to find reviewers? So sometimes I ask about methodology because I'm not aware about it. So just in short answer, yes, it is acceptable, subject to you have like the right reference to support your arguments.
Thank you.
If I can just add, in terms of the AI, now you have three kind of subscriptions. If you have a free one, usually if you ask it, it will invent the references. And we also try that. I mean, before you use it, we also use it at the same time. Even when I give my students now questions, assignment questions, I run those questions through the AI and I get the answer. So I see what possible answer AI will give you. The second subscription that you pay, $19, but also there is no AI Pro, which is $200 per month. That one is more accurate because it uses different algorithms, more advanced. Now, depending on the policy of the journals, how much you will accept it is up to the journal. We accept it nowadays, but the issue is sometimes AI will give you the wrong recipe because you use the AI as a Google tool, but it's not. Because sometimes that reference doesn't even exist or is not even applicable for the claim that you are making. And the second one, which is the most problematic for me, if you ask the AI to generate, and you can try it, it makes the narrative as a statement. There is no analytical analysis. It is true most of the time what is written, but it's not what we are expecting in terms of the quality of the writing and the narrative. And that is probably the main challenges. So now, after a while, we very easily identify now that, oh, this is actually AI written. It's correct, because after a reading of a couple of papers, you can identify, even now students, I know exactly, oh, this is AI. Certain words, we don't use it. Yeah. And you can identify, oh, actually, what are the likelihood that you will use this word in your writing? Of course not.
I think you've highlighted the issue that I'm having, which is why I raised the question. So I understand what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying, but I'll play devil's advocate because I think it's fair to play devil's advocate. As an academic, I agree with you. However, in reality, the purpose of my publication is to add something to society. If AI will give me the right information using the right references, then what's the problem? It's, as an example, in the past, regressions were done by hand, and now it's done by software. This isn't penalized. The software is doing the job for me. Why can't we do the same thing with AI? Why can't I let it write what's correct, and I can fact check it, I can analyze it?
I mean, if you fact the check, that's no issues, but where is the issue if we, as the editor, we find that that's not accurate and factual, and that's where the rejection is coming. We all use it now because it's very handy, but at the same time, when it comes to references, you know, sometimes when you go, you know, try to find it, and particularly if it's related to the quotations, you need to find the page, and it's not on the page, and it happens a lot. So that's where we are, but you use it to help you, or sometimes you put the basic idea because you know what you want to say, but it helps you to structure the sentence. There is no issue with that. We will accept it.
Thank you very much. There is any, okay, one more question because of the time. Okay.
Thank you. Could you please explain me how you choose reviewers and how you motivate them to work correctly? Thank you.
No, you can.
You ladies also.
Okay.
Maybe Dr. Ammar
Yeah.
first, because
Okay, I have this one.
I
Okay.
often see situation when one of them gives best remarks, another gives awful remarks.
Okay,
and
so
sometimes they give very primitive and incorrect decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, for if I talk about my experience, especially let's say about in the Under Science or other journals, I'm also guest editor in the Journal of Applied Economic. I think it's all well-known journal. Now, for the journal and how we can find the reviewer, there is different criteria, but mostly, let's say we have database, okay, for the journal, okay, and they will give us, in, for example, Journal of Economic, Applied Economic, and they will have a list of reviewers matching the title or the area of the paper itself. So from there you can find out, okay, who's the reviewer mostly close to this area, and we try to diversify it using different reviewer from different countries also. And the most important things and the difficult things that sometimes you will send many reviewers and they will decline or they will not respond at all. It's very take a long time sometimes for that. Either if you send for the reviewer from the top journals, they still not reviewing, they still not replying or declining. Sometimes will take few months to reply. In the other journals or the publisher from Under Science, for example, we ask the authors, okay, to nominate reviewer, and from there we will send them. We will send for this reviewer. Also, maybe they will reply or not. So we're trying, at the end I can say, or to summarize, we're trying to match the best reviewer for the title or for the area of the paper, and also from different countries, from different institutions. So this is the main things that say to find the reviewer. And also, we will not depend only on one or two reviewer. So to take the decision, you have to be more than three reviewer or three reviewers. So then you can make the decision. And also the editor, he can judge on this paper after that. I think I answered the question. If there is any other answer from the professors? Okay, so I think the time's finished. We need to finish now, and thank you very much for the professors for the session, and thank you very much for all of you attending this valuable session. Thank you very much.
Our esteemed panelists for such an insightful session, and to you, our moderator, for the excellent moderation, and we thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your engagement. And now, to bridge academia with the industry, we have a workshop from the industry titled Sustainable Impact, Leveraging Technology for Financial Freedom. I would like to invite Mr. Haytham Al-Haddad, Head of Digital Channels at As-Salam Bank, to deliver the session. Please join me in welcoming him.
Assalamu alaikum. I know I stand between you and lunch, so I'll try to make it exciting, fun, and I will I will try to make it not very academic. I'll try to make it very practical. And the objective of my presentation, can you hear me? Is this closer? Okay. The objective of my presentation is to give you an insight into how the bank looks at technology as a fuel for us to derive value to our shareholders. And maybe I will deviate because I like the previous discussion on AI, and I will give you an insight as a practitioner of how we view AI before I start my presentation. From a practitioner perspective, we encourage our people to use AI because it allows us to be more efficient and to deliver our services faster. However, when we encourage them to deliver using AI, we need to make sure the user actually have gone through the learning process. Typically, as a human, we only learn through struggle and experiencing things. If I use AI, it eliminates the pain of learning and discovery. So you will solve your immediate need, but you will not develop and evolve and become sustainable person that adds value in the long term. So that's the only advice I will have to students who look at AI. Look at it to help you, but you need to make sure you understand what the outputs of the AI, and it will help you deliver faster. With that being said, in As-Salam Bank, there are a few adjectives that we like to use to describe ourselves. So we like to think of ourselves as the most innovative bank. We like to think of ourselves as the most aggressive bank. We like to think that we are the #1 choice for our customers. And we would like to also think that we're strictly Sharia compliant. But the question is, where does this come from? It really comes from our DNA and our 5 pillars that the bank operates in. And they are basically, we enchant our clients, we inspire our people, we're digitally native, we do the right thing, and we act with empathy. If I combine these 5 elements, what would you propose to be our objective as a bank? What would you like for a bank to have as an objective to society and the community it operates in? Sharia compliant, okay. I will give a wider answer, and the wider answer is, as a bank, it's our role to give you financial services and to enable financial freedom. Some banks can get stuck in, I offer products, but this is not the purpose of having a bank. Our purpose is to enable you to have financial freedom. Now, what is financial freedom to start? Anybody wants to take a stab? What is financial freedom? Fantastic. The right word is choice. Freedom is about choice. But if I will put it in the context of financial freedom, I would say there is 4 definitions. So the first one is I have choice when I make financial decisions. Second is I have control over my savings, credit option, and investment opportunities. Third, that I have the ability to handle my emergencies and unexpected costs. And last but not least, to have access to fairly priced financial products. Is this the reality of today? Do you guys feel overall you have these tools available to you? I will not wait for an answer, but I can tell you, unfortunately, the answer is no. The reality is access to credit, generally speaking, is limited to those that are working in certain key employers. And this is the model that applies in all the bank. The second limitation is investment opportunities are limited to affluent and high net worth individuals. Third, most competitively priced services typically require you to transfer your salary, which means you can only select one primary bank. You cannot multi-bank. Last but not least is no single bank is the best in everything. So one bank can excel in credit cards, the other one in saving, the third one is in property finance. And as a customer, you're stuck. not being able to pick the best of everything. With that reality in mind, we felt we have a responsibility which we can deliver by enabling financial freedom by doing three things. One is enhancing financial literacy is number one. Two is to enable customers to have choice. Third, by focusing on making this choice available to the community at large and specifically the underserved markets. Who are underserved markets? Specifically youth, low income, and SMEs. Now, before I get into how do we try to solve it, you might ask, how does this make sense as a bank? You're driven by financial results and you want to drive revenue for shareholders. So why would this make sense? Why would sustainability make sense? For us, it's two primary reasons. One, it's an opportunity for us to continue to grow at double digits because these are underserved. There is no competition. So I can excel easily rather than in a crowded area. Second, but not less important, I would say it's a hedge against technology disruption. In banking, we have not seen technology disrupt us yet, but you've seen it in other industries. We feel eventually disruption can come to banking as well, so we want to lead from a technology perspective, so we will not be disrupted with this change. So our answer is we have created the One App financial marketplace. What is this app? Typically, all banks have channels, let's say mobile apps and corporate portals and online bankings, and they cater to their customers. But again, they feed into the same dilemma and the problems and the struggles we have talked about. We wanted to create a marketplace whereby the customer can operate with our primary motto, which says, actually let's go back. I don't think it's visible, but خليك مع بنكك وخذ تمويل من one, or stay with your bank and finance from one. What does it do? It's built on open banking. I'm not sure if you've heard of open banking. Open banking is a framework where I can connect all my accounts and all my financial services through a single platform. So we've created an app which is called One Marketplace. It allows you to go and link all your banking accounts into it. And when you link all your accounts into it, it will give you a financial assessment of your account. So I might bank with, for example, MBB, BISB, Salam, and BBK. I cherry pick which bank I use particular service. When I connect all the accounts, I will have a full picture. I know where I spend, how much I save, how much I deposit across all of them. Then it will give me analysis, spends by category, how much is your income, how much are your expenses. It allows me to create a budget and it will track my budget. So if I say I make 1,000 dinar and I want to spend only 500 dinar worth of daily living with the groceries and everything else, and I want to save 200 dinar, it will track these activities and it will tell me whether I'm on track or not. And according to that, it will give me financial recommendation, and this is where choice happens. It will recommend to you financial product either if you need to borrow some funds or if you need to invest or save your funds. The beauty of everything that we will highlight and talk about is totally digitally enabled without salary assignment. So everything that I talked about will overcome the problem that prevails in the market. You do not require to change your primary banking relationship. If you bank with a particular bank, keep it. Avail incremental service from us. The other key advantage that we have is everything is digitally done without any human intervention, and the underwriting is totally revised for a digital experience. Typically, I'm sure some of you have applied for financing and you need to go to the bank, take your statements, and as if you're presenting yourself. With open banking and this technology, you don't need to do anything. Right now, while I speak, you can download the app, link your accounts, and apply for any financial service. You will get an assessment and you will get the funds dispersed in less than 3 minutes. And you can do it while I'm here if you like to challenge me on that 3-minute statement. And even the recovery and the repayment can be done through the platform as well. So we've built new experiences where you do not need to come to any of our branches. You do not need to disrupt your daily operation. And for this to be sustainable, obviously, we had to make sure it is affordable. So everything that we've built is built totally digital, including the contact center. So we have an exclusively digital contact center. So if you want to contact the app, there is no voice or human to deal with. You will have to either talk to us through our social media, where the AI will respond to you. And if you need a human intervention, there is a human intervention by queuing within the working hours. But there is no voice, there is no, you come to me, I come to you, everything will be done fully digital. I will delve into what exactly does the app offer. So there is 9 financial services, and I will walk through them really quick with the use case of what does this use case solve. So the first use case is a basic onboarding into the Salam Bank and opening a saving or donut account. So you might be banking, let's say, with a national bank, and you want to have an incremental saving account somewhere else. That's enabled through this platform, so I can open an additional incremental account, whether it's a saving account or a donut account, and you will receive your debit card through courier, or you can go to any kiosk and pick it up. Again, no human intervention in this process. The next product is Sukuk subscription. Historically, where do you keep your money? You keep it in a saving account. Maybe those that feel a little bit more sophisticated, maybe will place it in a wakala or time deposit, which will pay you slightly more, so maybe 2-3%. But that's still not really a good enough yield and will not hedge against inflation. Sukuk is a good avenue. Obviously, the government borrows to fulfill its obligation. So we enabled Sukuk subscription through the app. Now, what is different? Historically, Sukuk subscription is available in other banks. However, it's not meant for the mass. You need to deposit minimum 20,000-30,000 BD to avail the service. For us, it starts from 500 dinar. So even those that are with minimal amounts can invest through this platform. Credit cards. Also, if you need a credit card, you can avail our credit cards through the platform. Again, it's all within a 3-minute. Link your account, apply for the application. You will receive the card either by courier or you can pick it up from any of the kiosks. Instant finance is our next product. What is instant finance? Or actually advanced salary, sorry, advanced salary. What is advanced salary? Typically, we get paid on the 25th of each month. Don't we sometimes have emergencies where I need some funds which I'm short of, maybe on the 15th of the month? Historically, what is the avenue for people to address this gap? Either I will have to maybe borrow from friends, which is maybe not the ideal solution, or what most people do, I will go to the bank and maybe either ask for a deferment or restructure my loan so I can get a small top-up. This is obviously not ideal because that's a long-term fix for a short-term solution. So we've enabled this new product. This new product is advanced salary. You will receive 60% of your net salary up to 30 days in advance against 10 dinar only. So it's instant. You link to your salary account. We know your salary account is, let's say, 1,000 dinar. You want to receive 600 now instead of on the 25th. It will be credited to you. We'll charge you a nominal fee of 10 dinar. We will recover it on your salary date. No need to restructure your loans. No need to do anything else. The next product is to avail instant finance, which is the same concept, but I cannot repay in 1 month. For example, I had car repairs. So it's really unexpected, and a 500 dinar is something I cannot repay by the salary date because I will be in a repetitive cycle. So I might say I want to pay it back over 6 months period. That is also available. We will review your assessment, we'll make a credit decision, and we'll disperse and recover in the agreed timeline. Again, every service that we offer is instant, and it's only against a nominal fee. So our fees typically will not exceed 10 dinar. The next one is buy now, pay later. This is popular. I'm sure especially the youngsters use maybe Tabi, Tamara, and other buy now, pay later solutions. We've enabled buy now, pay later on our platform as well. We've integrated with few service providers like STC channels and other telecom providers. So if you download the app, you will see some products and merchants available. You can select a product that you want to buy, and you can buy it through buy now, pay later, totally free. You as a consumer will not pay anything incremental. So if the phone is 300 dinar, you want to buy it over 3-month installment, you will pay 100 dinar per month with no incremental cost. As part of the same solution, we're also integrating with key providers. Very soon, inshallah, you will see you can renew your car insurance through this payment. And instead of paying your insurance as a one-time, you can pay it in installment, and you will renew on the same time. Then we've also explored another product, which is flexi payment. What is flexi payment? Buy now, pay later requires us to have a tie-up with a merchant. Like I said, STC channels is inside of my mobile application. What if you want to deal with a provider that is not inside of my platform? How can you still do taqsit, if I may call it? I would say flexi payment. Do any transaction using your debit card. As long as that account is linked, you'll be able to convert it into short-term installments. Again, everything is instant, everything is done within that 3-minute benchmark that we talk about. We also have personal finance with salary assignments. So everything I've talked about is, for the most part, what I consider micro lending, which can reach a maximum of 4,000 dinar for a credit card, 1,000 or 2,000 dinar for all the other services. But let's say if you say, no, I want to have a large transaction. I want to maybe get a 20,000, 30,000 dinar, even 40,000 dinar. Can I avail that? And the answer is yes. But we will require you to transfer your salary to the bank, but everything will be totally digital. Again, you will log in, you will see the assessment, we will agree on all the terms, you will disperse instantly, but the funds will not be accessible until you provide us with a salary assignment from your employer. I will complicate the service as well. Most Bahrainis today do not have debt. All of us, I'm sure, at least the working class, you already have obligations and you already have commitments with another bank. We also have finance transfer as part of the application. So if you have exposure with, for example, MBB, and we're giving you a better rate and you want to transfer it, you're able to identify your exposure, we buy it out, and we settle with MBB, you transfer your salary to me without coming to my branch, other than for the last time to hand over the salary assignment. Everything can be done in your workplace or at home. In addition to financial services, we're also doing, I would say, lifestyle offers or products. So we have an eSIM or e-voucher. Our kids today, maybe they want to buy Nintendo credit or any other credits, PlayStation credit. You can buy it from here rather than giving him your card, because he might abuse your card. But if I buy him the credit and give him the credit, then he can use the credit you have bought. eSIM as well, when travel, you can buy an eSIM, whether it's local or regional. And all is done instantly without any visiting anyone else. Now, this is what we have today. What do I have as a roadmap? We've talked about our segments that we want to target. We want to target youth, low income, and SMEs, but everything I showed you was pretty much consumer. So our next roadmap is basically, I want to do auto finance, I want to do property finance, I want to do SME services. When I talk about SME services, open an account for your company. I want to give you POS machine. I want to give you financing for your invoices. I want to give you corporate credit card to pay your bills. We also want to expand our AI use. So all of our AI can become available, basically our first line of defensive and customer engagement. Currently, when you talk to an agent, you need to talk to a human. So that interaction happens within our working hours. Our working hours, obviously, 8 to 4. But then as a customer, your needs do not stop at 4. But I need to still make it affordable. So typically we tell the customer, contact us or request a call back. Our next intention is AI to handle everything you need, which is not complex. And because AI is integrated into our database, we know everything a human can answer for you. You applied for a facility, let's say did not go through. The AI knows the reason why it did not go through. If it's a technical glitch or it's a credit criteria. If you try to link your account and there is a bug with your other bank, it identifies it, it can tell you the proposed solution, and it can action the proposed solution. So it will make us available 24/7, and it also can give you advisory. Currently, we do not, for example, you might come and say, I want to take financing. You're making the decision on your own. We will enable the AI to give you advice. You are eligible for X, but we propose you go for B, and this is the rationale for it. And you can then make your decision and execute whatever you feel is best. Last but not least, to expand investment opportunities. Today, we've talked about, you have sukuk, but sukuk is, again, is only one avenue, which will give you a yield of, let's say, 5%. This is what government of Bahrain pays today. But is this sufficient for you for long-term investment and planning? The answer is no. Typically, you need to capture 8% to 10% to prepare yourself for retirement. So we'll enable more ETFs and funds where you can invest in ETFs and funds without having any prior knowledge. So it's funds available and managed by the bank, will be available to you at small nominations, and you can enable redemption at any time, again, all seamlessly. And last but not least, you've seen everything I've talked about is what Salam Bank offers. But the vision of this platform is to be a marketplace. So Salam Bank may not be able to provide the best solution for every one of you. Maybe BISB or MBB or some other bank can provide a better solution. We are welcoming others to join the platform because it's all AI and API enabled. They can integrate and make their services available to us through us. And as a customer, you can choose. Salam is offering me Bank X, Bank Y is offering, I can make choice. And this is the ultimate vision of empowering financial freedom to customers. And we feel this is within reality. We feel all of this that we talked about can be fulfilled, I like to think, within 12 months period. With that, I will stop. If there is any questions, anything you'd like to discuss, the floor is open. Yes?
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now, talking on the platform of customers, you are a banker, and you've given us very honey sweet options and products and services. But many times the bankers end by saying terms and conditions apply. Then most of the potential applicants are just kicked off like that. But you have talked to us about the financial freedom.
Correct.
So how free are we from these terms and conditions and benefit reports? And
I appreciate the question, and this is actually the primary reason I've talked. If I go back to my slides, we talked about a new model of underwriting. Typically, what most banks practice, they want to have what I will consider very low default risk. So they only focus on people that work in key employers which are well established. With open banking and this model, we are assessing the individual rather than assessing the company and where you work. So our profiling of the customer is based on your characteristics as an individual, and we have designed our own algorithm to come up with an applicant score rather than where do you work. So even our pricing will reflect what is the risk associated with you. So I can say with confidence, every Bahraini that's here is eligible. The pricing will vary. When are you not eligible? In one condition. If you have, for example, legal cases. This is already preemptive. You're a bad credit customer. You need to improve your credit situation. But the typical rejection reasons are not there. From an expat perspective, we also have, I would say, maybe 60 to 70% of all the products are available to expats as well. A couple of the products are not available for expats because of the nature of the risk. For example, will I give expat up to 40,000 dinar? The answer is no. But will I give an expat credit card, the instant finance, the advanced salary to overcome his daily issues? The answer is yes. And this is all seamless and all done digitally. Yes.
I used to work in a bank, but it is really hard to provide loans to the SME for an obvious reasons, because the failure rate is more than 85, not in Bahrain, but we expect in Bahrain going to be the same. So the market used to be hard, now it is even harder. So how can you avoid the default?
A very good question. It starts in baby steps. There's two things we need to keep in mind. The first one is the central bank issued a mandate on all banks that 20% of the bank's portfolio has to go to SME. So all banks are forced to expand their exposure in that sense. That's number one. Number two, from an AI-enabled perspective, what makes us not accept SMEs today? Two things, two primary things. And with a prior banking experience, you would appreciate this. One, SMEs typically are not financially savvy, they do not have financial statements, and they cannot present themselves well. This is number one. Through the power of open banking and data which I extract through your other relationship, I can do my algorithm to run all of the information I need to run on your spreads, and I will have an assessment of what is your income. The second one is how much of a risk is the bank willing to tolerate when the default rate is potentially high. The answer is we will start with baby steps. I will not go with large transactions. I will validate my algorithm in credit assessment. So I will start with small credits, and as I see this SME repays, I will expand my credit exposure.
Yeah, and if you allow me, most of services provided by a bank is related to finance. So
Correct.
loan, credit card, and now you mentioned sukuk, which is a really good thing. What is the average rate for sukuk, and what is the frequency of payment?
Sukuk is currently we only offer short-term sukuk, so there's 3 and 5 months. The rate varies depending on every issuance by the government. The latest issuance, which happened last couple of days, and it's going to close on the 10th, it's 5%.
Yeah, and there is a debate regarding how sukuk is Sharia based. Some people said sukuk is like bond, so there's no difference except they are making it Islamic.
طبعا that maybe I will leave to the Sharia scholars. يعني
Yeah.
I don't think I'm equipped to answer from a Sharia perspective. Maybe I'll defer to Sheikh Ahmed Al-Mahmoud, our Sharia internal audit, to comment. But from our perspective, what gives us assurance is all of our products are approved by our Sharia, and they look at not just the documentation, they look at the flow and the execution of everything that we do, and only after their endorsement we present our offers to the market.
But I still think that the investment product is really underserved. Now you mentioned that you are making investment with the ETFs and funds, which is really good, but I think there is more to do for the Islamic bank.
Definitely. Again, everything is a journey, and we like to start. For example, investment in ETFs today are available in the Salam app, but it's not yet available in the One app. But we'll make it available in the next, hopefully, couple of months. But definitely by end of Q1, a lot of the stuff that I talk about as future is going to be reality.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for a very good presentation. What we have been seeing since last many years is like what banks are not important, but banking is important. So I can clearly see that Al-Salam is really on the forefront of its technological advancement, making it relevant for the industry.
Correct.
With regards to Islamic finance, Islamic banking, I'd like to know how Al-Salam Bank is promoting Islamic banking per se.
Very good question. I would say in many ways. From ESG perspective, a good example is sponsoring this conference. Typically, in the past, banks will not spend their money on promoting things which are not directly leading to the bottom line. But nowadays, there is significant investment from a bank's perspective into doing ESG and promoting Sharia compliant activities. And I would say our market, at least in Bahrain, is pro Sharia compliance. If you see the growth of Islamic banking versus conventional banking in Bahrain, the growth is definitely happening on the Islamic side.
Let me rephrase my question. For a general public, for anybody on the street, for example, I have studied in Malaysia. When we go out of the university, we don't know people what is Islamic banking and what is conventional banking. There's no differentiation that they can make. But however, my specific question is, how are we doing any promotional or awareness activities for the general public to know the differentiation between Islamic bank and a conventional bank? Because we see BBK and other banks that they still hold a majority of the stake or a lot of customers. So it's not that we want to convert all of them to Islamic, but then we got to be promoting Islamic banking and finance.
Okay, two comments. I would say one is we have our youth proposition, and we participate in many things to talk about banking and Sharia compliant banking specifically. So we participate in Youth City, we go to different various schools to talk about youth banking, and we've built youth propositions specifically within our channels. For example, if you want to do family banking, which is for children any age below 10, and then we have youth banking from 10 to 18. So there is a specific value proposition built, and we go to schools to educate children on those activities. And second, to say, maybe to comment on whether BBK has the most market share, I can assure you we are at above 40% market share today as a Salam Bank. And this is only us. There is KFH, there is BISB. So I'm sure if you look at the Islamic banking community, we have outgrown our conventional counterparts. Again, the data is available with the central bank. I don't have it, I don't recall it on top of my head, but there is a proper segregation and presentation of Islamic versus conventional balance sheet in Bahrain. Yes, sir. نعم تفضل. عليكم السلام.
Now, all the products and the ideas of the presentation is bank to a customer. Are you seeing any potential of customer-to-customer relationship here? Like, for example, doing peer-to-peer lending. For example, there is a high potential now of me or anybody giving me money, a person to person, using your channels, for example, and reducing the rate on him. Because this will give a low cost of funding to me and to the bank, because someone will have to deposit money and come to a Salam Bank, for example, to deposit money to allow someone else to buy on top of his savings or his money. Do you see any potential in this?
Very, very, very interesting question. I have personally explored it, and I will share my personal opinion, not the bank opinion on this. My personal opinion is I would not want to encourage you to do this. And I say this because, very simply, as a bank, I can tolerate default. As an end user, you're not able to tolerate default. If I tell you there is an investment opportunity, ultimately as the lender, this is an investment opportunity for you to lend your friend or your colleague or somebody within the platform at a 5% or 10% yield. To you, it's fantastic. He promises to pay. If he defaults, to you, I trusted the Salam or One App to invest my funds, and they failed their fiduciary responsibility, and now I'm stuck with this loss or this person which cannot repay or cannot recover. Those of you who are aware of the market dynamics, there are some platforms that have done similar activities, and then the burden remains on the platform to really assess this opportunity for you, which I feel is not something I would want to endeavor into. Because if it's a good opportunity, honestly, as a bank, I want to take it myself. If you represent a good risk, then this risk I want to take as a bank, because I'm in the business of lending. There are different variations of what you have indicated, which could be useful. But in the roadmap, it's not immediately there. What is that? Is ضمان. Maybe you and your friend agree that you want to lend him. مثل جمعية أو سلف between us as friends. اليوم, if you give salaf or جمعية to your friend, there is no guarantee that he will pay you back, and typically you will struggle to chase your friend. You promised in 2 weeks, now it's 3. You promise, and this chase becomes burdensome. And maybe at some times you feel embarrassed to ask him, can you give me any supporting evidence? You've took money from me. This creates some friction. There is a possibility of creating some sort of a ضمان where the two parties can, I request and you extend me, and there is a documentation which substantiate you have lent him, and maybe we facilitate repayment on salary day for you. Not a promise by us, but it's a facilitation of the repayment, and providing you with some sort of documents to substantiate that you did in fact give your friend some funds if you want to take any action against him in the future if he reneges on his promise. Any other questions? نعم. Say that again, please.
With regards to the investment, does the Salam Bank offer, for example, brokerage or trading?
Yes, we do.
Services, so
yes.
we can trade.
Yes, all of them are we offer trading through the platform. So if you download the Salam app, we have something called Salam Invest, and you can immediately have access to all the local international markets, and you can trade on your own. Very recently, we've enabled Sukuk funds and international funds and technology funds. The difference between buying and selling individual stocks is you assess and you take the risk. That's available through the platform. And then there is an investment in a particular fund, which we manage for you through ASB Capital, our investment arm. That's also available to you. The difference is obviously in liquidity. Liquidity through the funds are available on weekly basis, whereas the liquidity on the trading is available whenever the market is open. But both are available in the Salam app. You can download the app and just go to the digital hub, and you will see all the services available.
So do you have any idea regarding the fees or the?
Yes, from Salam Invest, which is for trading, it's a percentage, maybe zero. Don't quote me, and I don't have the numbers memorized, but I'd say something between 0.25 or a minimum 1 dinar per transaction. And if you talk about ETFs, it's a percentage of how much you contribute. So upfront, maybe it's a 3% of whatever your investment amount is. It's global. يعني ال ETFs, the trading is in Bahrain market, UK, US, and in Japan. And if you want to the funds, we have a regional fund, which is GCC Sukuk Fund. Then we have an international tech fund. And if you go into the platform, it will give you a prospectus, including the geographical coverage, the summary of the risk, all the details you need to review to make a credit or investment decision are available in our platform. That you can do in Bala Mawjood. You can buy and sell Apple, for example, or Facebook, or Salam, or anything. But you will do it directly. It's actually similar to Mubashir, 100% similar to Mubashir. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. My first question, do you use blockchain in your banking transaction?
Not yet.
Not yet. And my second question, how do you manage the risk in technology funds?
We have an asset manager, so that's maybe another question I can directly answer. But from a structure perspective, we have ASB Capital, which is the investment arm of the bank, which is licensed and regulated, and the DIFC. And within that, they have a risk framework and fund managers, which look after all the assessment and they create the prospectus. So it's not within the banking domain, it's within the investment domain of ASB Capital. Any question there? Alaikum assalam. Maybe while they fix the mic, I will just pitch our channels. So we have both apps. We have the Salam app and we have the One app. And I think if you have time, download both applications and navigate both. The digital Salam app has a digital hub and it has a lot of non-banking services as well. So it's very nice for you to gamify the banking experience with your children as well. For example, from youth perspective, you can send your kids chores and then it will pay them whenever they fulfill the chores. They can request money for you. You can track the funds. So there is a nice gamification between you and your children, and the children experience within the app is different than the adult experience. Yes, تفضل. Correct. Within the digital hub, which is the logo which contains all the financial services inside the application, there is something called Invest, and it will guide you through Salam Invest.
Thank you. السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
شفتون حظي شلون؟ سيد محمد فضل, Bahrain Polytechnic. Actually, I remember the days that we were working on the open banking framework back in UK a long time ago. And the reason that it came as an idea is to enable end users in the market to also how to include those who are very in rural areas and things like that, and to come back in each and every step to bring value and add value to our customers. And when we say add value, you just look at it as Apple Pay, for example, the way that it protects its, let's say, youth, how you can put some kind of a screen timing and things like that on the opposite direction, you can look at Google to provide its customers with services, endless services, but on the back end, it monetizes that process. And it might even, those active users, it may pay them back. YouTube, for example, those who are very active on YouTubers, they are getting millions out of it. So this is how we look at the banking new era. Now, what I can see until now is that we are just trying to digitalize what we used to do, and instead of empowering these, in need, those who are using the apps or the digital transformation that we are doing. So when are we going to reach that end results that the open banking was built for?
Perhaps, but I agree with your statement. Every journey starts with a step. And if I look at our position in Bahrain, financial inclusion is still not, or financial service not available to all. This is where we should overcome. And as I address the first step, I can go to the next step. If I cannot really think, اليوم, of creating value to the unbanked when he's not even banked. My first objective should be let him become banked, let him have access to the basics, and as this becomes the norm, then I will look at what is my next frontier to push value to all the stakeholders. Now.
List of the, let's say, US companies or UK companies that they are.
The answer is no. We have a Sharia filter, and only Sharia compliant opportunities will be presented to you.
The American companies, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, all right, that's great.
Yes. Okay, I think it's time, and I'm between you and lunch, so I will leave you. But hopefully you try our digital services, and I hope you find them useful and it adds value to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Haytham Al-Haddad, for the intuitive workshop. I salute the Salam Bank for this amazing product. You gathered several services in one place, and you minimized human interaction, which is the current trend right now. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be having our lunch break, and then we will commence with parallel session A. We'll have here A1, and next door we'll have A2, and this will run from 3 till 4:30 p.m. We hope this conference brings you valuable insight. Thank you.